recording. What? Say it again? Yes, you can be on your computer for the next 4 hours. Yep. Thank you.
The only thing that I would make sure of is when you are streaming not to have the HTML link in it, because that is an IP address, which, you know, probably not a good idea to have broadcasted.
Hello.
Do you see the stream?
Not right now.
Hello.
Hello, Isaac.
Hello.
Hello.
You know, Lundy and Isaac say hello the same way.
Maybe we're the same person.
Maybe. He did say we Gucci earlier.
I do indeed say that a lot.
I also say that a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know where I picked that up from, but
Me either. It just kind of happened
I
one
think
day.
it happens to people who are in their mid-30s, and they just picked it up when they were younger, and it never left.
I'm not even mid. I'm early 30s. I just touched it. Low tier 30s.
I'm still 33. That's still technically early 30s.
Alright, let me close Xenoverse.
Alright, I posted the Twitch.
Oh.
I'm gonna need, because I had issues with the volume of different people. So I don't know. I'll have to test this shit for a little bit.
Dude, I've been playing Dragon Ball Xenoverse the entire day, and my arms, especially my hands, are killing me.
Well, it is a fighting game. It's meant
Yeah.
to. It's not something that you're meant to do for more than maybe a couple hours a day.
You're throwing hands, man.
Right. Like, I got a controller that I use for fighting games, and I've been addicted to that game for like it's a game from 2016, and the first time I played it was like a couple of days ago, and I've been doing nothing but that.
He's a frost demon.
It is addicting as fuck. Ooh.
Out here playing a Frieza knockoff.
Where do we
My-
get
To
our
be
information
fair,
to roll
my
from?
first character was a Majin, so you know.
Was it a male Majin or a lady Majin? Because I'll judge you differently depending.
Male Majin. You know I gotta get that fat fuck.
He said, you know I'm thick.
You know we make him thick.
Yeah.
So where do we roll from?
So you'll be using your D&D Beyond sheet that should be incorporated into your sheet as a result of the fact that they're linked together.
So you don't need an add-on in order for it to connect from Foundry to my D&D Beyond thing?
The add-on's a part of it, part of the importer.
But it's nothing we need to do?
I don't believe so.
So here, I guess I can test that. My character.
Alright, give me a second.
Go to Lord Raiko.
Maybe we'll get a drink.
Here, let me...
Uh-oh.
I'm just resetting the Foundry here real quick.
Let's do that.
Hello.
Hello!
Virtual tabletop not found. Okay.
How is it again that I scroll out on the virtual tabletop?
Oh no, that worked.
You see
Okay,
it?
I figured it out. Never
Yeah.
mind, we're good.
I just clicked. So when he refreshed it, I got a pop up. I double checked the Beyond 20 settings.
Wait, the Beyond 20 works for Foundry too?
Yep.
Oh, so you just gotta change it.
Yes, indeed.
Use D&D Beyond's type of roles, force credit. What settings did you do?
I didn't actually change anything.
Alright, so I'm gonna try it again.
Yeah, but make sure at the very bottom you send beyond 20 rolls to, and then set it to all VTT tabs.
So you do need to do a setting.
That was already set for me. I didn't have to change it.
Where is this again? I don't.
By your URL bar, there's a D20 with a B in it. Click that.
Yeah, in the settings though. I don't see the.
Yep, scroll to the very bottom. You should see send beyond 20 rolls to.
Then under advanced options.
Nope, I just clicked on the D20 and scrolled down.
Are you in Chrome?
Yes.
What are we doing?
We're learning how to use the character sheets in Beyond in the D&D Beyond on the Foundry. Essentially, you have to set it so that it will send the Beyond roles to all VTTs that it is connected to. Right now, it should be connected to all of you guys.
Yep. If you guys can see my screen,
That's the good way to do it, because I don't see it.
yep, you come up here to the you log in. Make sure when you log in, you select your name, and then you click on your character, and then you click Beyond 20.
Oh, you were on that one. See, I was on the D&D Beyond tab.
Yeah, and then at the very bottom, you've got send beyond 20 rolls to all VTT tabs.
Oh, okay, I see that. Well, yeah, I'm clicked all VT tabs.
Then
Because-
refresh, and try it again.
I'm not seeing that. Maybe I'm stupid.
So, what if the tab is tabbed into a different tab?
Mine are in 2 different windows.
Okay, so is mine. Why is mine not working? This is bullshit.
Q, I'm gonna come help you out. Give me a second.
Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna try it one more time. See what happens. Virtual tabletop. Found a Foundry tab that has not been activated. Please click the Beyond 20 icon. I did that.
You still have Beyond 20 installed?
Never whisper no.
Go to the settings.
Beyond 20?
Mhm.
Is that this?
No, it's there's an add-on we use for Hippo.
I didn't use it. I never used it.
Okay, Google Beyond 20.
I'm pretty sure you did though, Q. Oh, you
I
were
didn't.
the DM. Yeah, that's right. You didn't have to.
No, the top one. What's the top one?
Ah, there
Did
we
it add to
go.
Chrome?
I just had to refresh it like twice.
Add extension.
You got it, Topi?
Now click on that. Go back.
Toporewski.
Click the dots. Go to manage extension. Scroll down. Okay. Go back to the virtual tabletop that we're on. You close out and reopen Chrome. Well, you lose all your time. You lose all your.
Alright, now I gotta remember how to capture this shit. You do this all the time, right, Topi?
Should just be able to set up a screen capture.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I don't do this. I'm not very versed in it. Browser.
I think Toby just got back from doing
Yes,
something.
I am just back.
Display capture, right?
Yeah.
Display capture rules.
Oh.
That name already exists. Cool. Roles 2. Okay.
Oh my fuck,
Automatic
that's so good.
display.
Toby, everyone's getting set up, making sure that their rolls from their D20, from their Beyond 20 works. If you can make sure that yours works too, that'd be good.
I will most definitely try.
Alright, so how do I make this only capture a certain part of it?
Well, what you can do, like, what part do you want to capture specifically?
The rolls. This like
Just the rolls? Then you can. I believe it's.
So I have
It's
two
either Control or
screens.
Alt. It's either like Control or Alt, and then like shrinking it around the thing that you want it to show.
Yeah. There we go. It is Control. Thank you very much, Lundy.
Mm-hmm.
You're like the fucking man.
Virtual tabletop not found. Well, why the fuck not?
Refresh everything a billion times, but if you look at Isaac's screen, he'll show you where to make sure it says something.
Found a Foundry VTT tab that has not been activated. Please click on the Beyond 20 icon in the browser's toolbar of that tab in order to give Beyond 20 access. Yes, sir. Click here to give permanent permission. Yes, please. Refresh. Okay. Refresh.
Now! Damn it. Wrong button. Alt is what it was.
Dagger hit. Roll. 13. 13. There you go.
Awesome.
Good shit.
That's 3 out of 4.
Wait, what do you mean 3 out of 4? Oh, you mean
Still
people.
setting up.
Okay, I was like, do I need other dice to do this shit too?
No.
I was like, "Ooh."
You'll be fine.
Good, good.
Does a 22 hit?
No.
No! The fuck are we fighting?
A god.
Your mother.
Alright, how does this shit look? What do y'all think? Does it look... I don't know. It looks horrible, I know. But, let's see.
I don't know.
No, that looks good.
Fine with me.
Yeah.
Alright, so that's the screen 1, like when we're not in combat. And what?
No, I was just thinking that I wish that my profile picture
What's
in
the
your
mouse?
stream. Yeah, you see the Dobby, like whenever I speak in Discord, you can see the Dobby just having a fucking aneurysm. So I was just it would be funny if the fucking Dobby
Combat
aneurysm
display.
every time I open my mouth on the stream.
And let's make that small.
Yeah, I was just about to say that's your entire screen.
Yep. He's getting it.
Are you washing boots, Lundy?
I am washing.
He's running.
I'm drying at the moment, actually. Yeah.
Hello.
Ah, yes, I am back.
Great. Wonderful. Fantastic.
All right, is Ninja gonna be here, or is that officially
Ninja's a
fallen through?
bitch. Alright.
Yeah, Ninja said he wasn't joining.
Okay,
It's a little bitch boy.
That's a shame. but all right.
That is a shame. I was hoping for 5, but it is what it is.
It would have been nicer with 5 players, but it's all right. Hippo, if you have
Unfortunately.
anybody else who ends up wanting to join.
So here's the stupid thing. He actually did this our last campaign, and he didn't join until like 3 episodes in, if y'all remember.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, I guess he did.
So I don't know if he has like some stupid weird. I don't know. So I'm just not inviting anybody on the off chance he does join, and yeah.
For now, though, we should get to D&D.
We should. Lindy, why don't you open us up with your intro?
I most certainly can. So, let's see. Actually, let me use a different. Let's not do Skyrim for this. Something a little bit more. I don't know. Suitable for an opening, I would say. I copied it. That's not great. Yeah, that's better. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the world of Oregon and the need for fear. We here are going to be joining a group of folks who are going to be meeting auspiciously at a time in which they are most needed. Here in Oregon, the Empire has been founded for a total of 1,000 years at this point. They are celebrating a millennium of existence, success, and fruition. And they're going to be doing so in the first town to have been founded when they began their journey in creating a society for all to be able to live within. Conquer, ironically called, even though it was a uniting of various different people together. Conquer is a small town, in spite of its history. It is known merely for the growing of various crops, and, of course, the occasional craftsman who comes by from time to time. So holding this particular celebration here is a little overwhelming for the locals. Nonetheless, they have done their very best to create accommodations for everyone who might be coming, especially because, rumor has it, the Emperor himself will be making an appearance during this momentous and historical celebration. Not only the Emperor, but the current King of the Dwarves, King Halfhammer, here to reaffirm the alliance between the two groups. But they're not the only ones who are going to be coming by who might be a little bit strange, a little bit off kilter, off color. The celebration is drawing people from even outside of Oregon, or perhaps outside of their normal borders. And there are a number of strange peoples who have decided that this would be a fantastic time to get to know the people of Oregon. And that is where we will be joining our various adventurers, since I don't think a single one of you is normal in any sense.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm pretty normal.
If you say so. Let's see here. Oh no. Where's my maps? I didn't have them toggled for navigation.
How are we going to navigate?
Good question.
With the navigator.
We lower the darkness level here because it is actually daytime here. So, let us go to conquer. Let's go forth and enjoy the festivities, shall we?
Of course.
Ooh.
Oh my god, this is so cool.
Let's see. I'm going to roll a dice here real quick. A 1d4. And I would like all of you to also roll one.
Okay.
One of these people is definitely going to blow up the city.
One.
I also got a 1.
Wow.
3.
3 1s and a 3. And the 3 at the very least matches me, so that's good. The first of our auspicious adventurers that is going to be making their way here to conquer is going to be a somewhat small creature. One that is not normally found in many sort of cities or towns or anything along those lines. No. This is what is commonly referred to as a nomadic type. There are a variety of nomadic types that make their way through Oregon from time to time, be it the somewhat flighty tabaxi, or maybe perhaps the more renowned and somewhat regal Leonin. But there are other types as well. One of those particular types are the Ratfolk. And one such Ratfolk is making his way into Conquer, early into the celebrations. Streamers covering the entirety of the town itself. Various different small shops having been set up along the various streets. And very many people crowding these streets as well, enjoying all of the purveyors of goodness that they can find. Tisik. Is that how you pronounce it? Or is it Zik?
It's like Z-I-K. Tick.
Zik. Got it. Zik, what brings you to Conquer on this most auspicious of days?
Tick would like to find who or what disposed of my father, mostly.
Zik, you make your way in. And in most places that you find yourself, you are a little bit of a sight to see. Most people kind of look at you, stare at you in many ways. You're somewhat accustomed to that. But here in Conquer, with the wide variety of peoples who have made their way here, you find yourself actually blending in, for lack of a better term. Well, that is until some of Conquer's somewhat rowdy children end up finding you. As one of these said children breaks away from their parents to take a look at you in your full mousy form. He gets a little bit too close to you. This, what may be perhaps a 9-year-old, maybe in human years, at least given their size, staring wide-eyed at you. What are you?
Tick is a rat folk. Hello, child.
Hello. Tick, is that your name?
Yes, Tick is Tick's name.
Pleasure to meet you, Tick. I'm David.
Hello, David. Can Tick help you in any way?
No, I don't think so. I've never seen someone like you before.
Yes, rat folk aren't exactly common.
What brings you to Conquer? The celebration?
Yeah, the celebration.
Tick kind of little nervously fiddles with his hands.
Well, if you have any questions about Conquer or the celebration or anything, there's an elder in the middle of town. He's going to be telling stories to the kids. But when he's not, you might be able to ask him questions.
Thank you very much, small one.
David is almost immediately is in the midst of this as his parents finally catch up to him through the throngs of peoples kind of crowding the streets. They grab a hold of his shoulder and start scolding him for running away from them in this somewhat crowded space. The mother kind of gives you a little bit of a nod. I'm so sorry. He's never seen someone like this before, and he's, I think, overexcited.
It's okay, Tick understands. Tick is not exactly common.
Well, I hope you enjoy yourself. Come on, David, let's get you some pie. You want some pie? Yes, I want some pie!
Farewell, child and mother.
Bye, Tick! See you later!
See ya!
My mic
So-
is muted, but I'm dying laughing.
Dick is a precious baby who can do no wrong.
Wait, Tick is a precious baby?
Yes.
Alright.
So, Tick, upon your arrival here, what's your strategy for trying to find somebody who might be able to, at the very least, might know your dad, or might know of the very least the ways in which his sort of his works work? Maybe a crafter of some sort, or how are you going about this?
I feel like probably a good idea would be to look for the what's it called? The guild artisan guild, whatever it's called. In the hopes of maybe figuring out who or what were the people that Tick's father had lastly had any sort of issues or business with.
Very good. In terms of a guild of sorts, are you looking for an artificer guild? Are you looking for a blacksmith's guild, carpentry? Like what sort of like artisanship are you looking into?
Probably something not as lawful. Maybe smuggling, transporting of goods of large quantities that may not be wanted to be transported in such quantities.
Very good. Well, that will take a little bit of time of you searching around. But you begin to delve into the sea of people that make up Conquer here, as you try to find some sort of sign of whoever is maybe taking advantage of this situation, of this large celebration, to perhaps case people or find an avenue of not so honorable dealings that they can utilize in order to make a little bit of extra money. The types of people that you're more interested in finding. While you're doing that, okay, another person making their way here to Conquer. A heavily cloaked individual. A man who, by all accounts, is very difficult to identify even up close. Jack, what brings you to Conquer?
Fame, fortune, and the grace that goes with it. I'm here to perform.
Now, Jack, what exactly are people seeing when they first observe you? How do you present yourself?
So, standing out is an understatement for Jack. He is a tall 6'9", hooded, wearing a large black trench coat that is studded with metallic studs, and one of the shoulders is a huge skull made of leather. The other one has spikes that are 3 inches long coming out of each side, and he has a dusty old guitar hung up on his shoulder in one hand as he's walking down the street looking for a stage. His face is completely covered by this bone mask that looks like a skeletal face.
All right. You make your way in. You are towering above the vast majority of the people here in this small town. However, the audience is here and ripe for the pickings. There's plenty of people to get eyes on you and your craft. When you arrive, you see that there are some people who are handing out pamphlets, it seems, perhaps of all the various events that are going to be going on throughout the course of this celebration. However, none of them seem to approach you, and feel free to make me an insight roll if you'd like to kind of read as to why.
How does 8 sound?
They're clearly too cowed by your awesomeness
Of course.
to bother with you at the moment. They are very intimidated by how amazing you look.
Of course. Most people are, I understand. But I will take a flyer from one of them.
They look at you with very wide eyes and kind of gritted teeth as you make your way over and take one, somewhat taken off guard by your appearance. Have a good day, sir.
It's okay. Most people are starstruck when they see me. No need to get your tongue tied. As I flip up the flyer and read what's inside.
You open up the flyer, and you note that there are a number of different things which are being advertised here. A lot of them seem to be various different food stands which are opening up. Many of them actually representative of the various foods from all over Oregon, and even some outside. Apparently, even there is an Awathan stand that has been set up. Awathans. History check for me, if you don't mind.
A dirty 20.
I like it. Awathans don't normally make their way into Oregon's main territory. They usually stay far off, either in the deserts or the tundra, one of the two. These are peoples who, when Oregon was first founded, never decided to join in with the rest. They enjoyed their nomadic lifestyles, and they enjoyed kind of living in very small communities without having to worry about the sort of notion of some overarching political figure or authority that kind of controls the way they live. They value their freedom immensely. So to have one here is a bit of a rarity.
Hey, real quick, did you put up a picture of his character or no?
I did not yet, for
Okay.
very important reasons.
Okay.
So there's that. You also see within the sort of events list that there is a carnival that is being held just right next to Conquer that apparently is being run by some folks who call themselves the Black Crystal Carnival. Supposedly, at least according to the notes here, they are run by Fey folk.
Interesting. Am I able to find sort of a performing stage where there are people performing near this food cart that was set up for the Oathans?
Not the one set up next to the Oathans. They have apparently have set themselves a little bit far and away from the rest. But in terms of a place that you can potentially perform, making your way through Conquer proper, with people kind of parting the ways for you as you are making your way through. You do see that the center of town is pretty large and has a nice sort of central, kind of a raised space. It's clear there's a statue in the middle of it, and there's a little bit of a fountain that goes around and like a sort of small moat in front of it. So it's not really like a stage per se, but it does sort of stand out, and it seems that people generally don't tend to stand on top of it. So it's a spot that's nice and open, and it has the benefits of being in the center of town.
Well, then, I will climb upon this dais of performance, and in a dexterous flourish, I will flip my guitar into my hands and address the crowd, try to get their attention.
Make me a performance check real quick to try and get everyone's attention.
22.
Very good. You are definitely very,
Oh my god.
very capable of getting everyone's attention.
Yes.
as you are kind of getting everyone's attention, you see that a large portion of the whole of the center of town here, the sort of center market square that's been set up, kind of turn to witness this somewhat incredibly large individual standing amidst them. How do you take advantage of this situation?
I will start playing a song, and it's a very, very light, upbeat kind of song. I'm kind of fingerpicking on introducing myself as Jack the Shredder, and how I have not seen Conquer in many years, but the years have been kind to you and you folk. So without further ado, I would like to perform my first piece for you. And as I finish the introduction, I strum down on my guitar, and it screeches like distortion in music, and I start shredding on the guitar.
While you are making a nuisance of yourself,
You mean performing?
absolutely, you are doing what you do. Let me head over here. Okay, that's going to bring us over to another new individual here to conquer. So, some of the new people who have made their way here are not necessarily nomadic types that are somewhat known to the people of Oregon, nor are they necessarily the large performers that are trying to make a name for themselves here. Some of them actually come from whole societies that exist wholly separate from Oregon itself. And one such person is a rather impressive-looking individual. Silas, what brings you to Conquer?
I'd put a different name on him, Lord Ryko now.
Very good, very good.
And, you know, I made like a big long background in the first 2 campaigns I did, and no one really gave a shit, so I just kind of kept it simple. Basically, I just come from a kind of noble family with like a Japanese aesthetic. I'm an Owlin. Did we lose Q?
I think we did.
So, basically, I just went to school, the Prismari school, to learn calligraphy and sword art. And basically, I'm 35, and I am a big owlin. They get to be up to 8 feet tall when I'm 7.5 feet tall. And
Nice.
yeah, I'm 35-ish, but I've been in school and kind of like sheltered my whole life into like my own little culture. So I decided before I decided what I want to do,
So,
like
like,
with my skills, like for my life,
Wait, before you go, wait.
I want to go out and get a little bit more worldly and cultured. So I'm kind of just traveling, just trying to get to see the world before I kind of designate myself to a purpose.
Well, that's a very good place to start in terms of getting yourself cultured with the various different peoples of the world, because apparently a lot of the different peoples of Oregon have made their way here. For one reason or another, you might not necessarily be familiar with the reasons why they decided to celebrate this particular day, but you do find that there are a good number of them here. When you make your appearance, you do have the natural ability to fly. Do you walk from place to place, generally speaking, or
I do.
you prefer to stick to the size? Okay.
Because I'm already 7.5 feet tall. So if I start, flapping my wings, it's like when a helicopter comes down and disturbs everything around it, kind of, So
Gotcha.
It seems kind of rude to fly everywhere, even though I am an owl man. So I do it like relatively gracefully and silently, but it still disrupts things. So I walk for the most part, and I fly more in combat and kind of like when needed.
So you arrive on foot here to conquer with all the various different peoples that you can potentially begin to meet. You see humans, you see dwarves, you see halflings, you see a number of different types of humanoids, but many of them very much look, in essence, like different sizes of human for the most part. there's all the variation in between that general humanoid look, and then there's you. There's definitely a massive difference between those sorts of sectors of people, and it's made all the more obvious by your arrival, especially with your somewhat extreme stature. By the way, as a quick note, it seems that 3 out of the 4 of our group right now are incredibly large, and the other one is abnormally small. So there is no in between as far as this group is concerned.
That's gonna make him easier to throw.
We be told.
You fucking touch me, I'm gonna blow your fingers off.
Come here, little mouse. Hide in my owlin
A
mouth.
bomb.
So in terms of getting yourself enriched into the local cultures, what is your usual strategy for doing so?
Well, I don't really have a strategy since this is kind of my first time out, so I'm kind of feeling it. I don't really have like a ton of armor on me. I have daisho, so it's like a big katana and a small katana on my back. But other than that, I usually just kind of wear a robe kind of thing. And I just kind of am moseying around, kind of keeping myself, not being super talkative, being my size and kind of like an owlin. I guess a lot of people usually will talk to me or stay away from me. I don't know. But I don't really go out and look to talk to people. I'm just observing.
Very good, very good. Now, while you're not looking to necessarily talk to people, there are people in this town who benefit from making sure to reach out to anyone that they believe that they might be able to sell something to. And you look like one of those types of people, at the very least in terms of perhaps a certain dietary need of yours. As one of the various shopkeepers kind of claps his hands towards most of the people that are around him, saying, gather round, anybody needs themselves a little bit of meat? I've got loads of different types of meat over here. And he looks to you for a moment and says, you there, my fine feathered friend, would you require yourself perhaps a bit of sustenance this eve?
I would. What do you have?
I have a great many of different types of things here. Are you looking for cow? Are you looking for bull? Are you looking for rabbit? Are you looking for squirrel? I got all the different types, and I'm certain that you, yourself, my good friend, might enjoy a little bit of mouse. Am I about right?
Larger rodents, but yes.
I suppose I could probably find some larger rodents for you. What sort of things might you be more accustomed to, good sir?
Rats.
Rats. Unfortunately, rats tend to be a little bit dirty for keeping in a place like this. I'm going to end up scaring away all the other customers if you get my drift.
Small reptiles, too.
I do have beaver.
Beaver?
Indeed.
I've never had beaver, but I would like to try it.
Very good, good sir. I will go ahead and cook something up for you. Why don't you go ahead and just have yourself a seat right here at my little stall? I'm sure that having you here will be somewhat attractive to the other customers, and they'll be curious as to what exactly you'll be imbibing in.
Sure. Thank you.
He turns and starts to operate what appears to be a makeshift stove out here in his little stall. As he begins to cook for you a bit of beaver.
How much money do we start with?
So it depends on your class, generally speaking. Trying to remember what your class is.
So my background essentially is I come from a noble family where I kind of go through school, and I've inherited land just through my family. It's not a big thing or anything like that. That's why I'm a Lord Ryko.
Right. Well, nobles start off with a purse that contains 25 gold already. So there's that.
Sure.
But what class were you again?
Fighter.
Fighter, right. Fighters start off with 5d4 times 10 gold altogether. That is, generally speaking, what you get.
5d4.
It probably already says on your character sheet.
Possibly.
If you factored in your starting equipment, you probably have some gold left over.
Yes, a lot of it is used to buy your starting equipment, whatever the case may be. So just whatever the worth is of your equipment, you would subtract that. So 170 plus 25 is 195 minus whatever your equipment is worth, and that's how much gold you have.
Okay. Do I just kind of guess what my equipment's all worth? Is quite a bit of it.
Should tell you on Roll20, but you can also use 5e tools to go through all of your different bits of equipment, and usually in the search bar there, it'll tell you what each of them is worth gold-wise in terms of purchasing at wholesale. If you'd like, I can go ahead and send a link to you on that. Babu.
Alright, just add it together.
Nice, useful resource on that. But you should definitely have a decent amount of gold, at the very least. Enough to buy yourself a little bit of beaver meat, at the very least. It's not going to be an issue. So, true to what the stall owner seemed to have predicted, it does seem that a little bit of a crowd has gathered around you, somewhat curious as to what you are, who you are, what you're doing at the moment, what you're going to be eating. They haven't really seen someone like you before, and a little bit of curiosity is definitely called for, at least for the locals here. So you find yourself being observed by a reasonably sized crowd of folks.
Okay.
The shopkeep is definitely taking full advantage of this as he kind of waits while your meat's cooking and kind of looks to everybody and starts clapping his hands together. Cooking ourselves a little bit of beaver here, everybody. A little bit of beaver for our fine little owlkin. I'm not sure exactly what you call your people, sir.
Owlin?
Owlin! Got it. And what is your name, good sir?
My name is Lord Ryko.
Lord Ryko! We have ourselves some nobility coming in from the Owlin, apparently, and he wants himself a bit of beaver. Does anybody else have the taste of a lord of the Owlin? The other customers, prospective customers, kind of weigh this up and down a little bit before kind of sitting down near you and deciding to have whatever you don't in terms of a beaver. Soon enough, the beaver is more or less well prepared. Tail cut off, as well as the head. Most of it's just kind of like the inner bits. And he sets up a nice large cut for you, as well as a side of some potatoes. Not sure if you enjoy yourself a little bit of veggies as well on the side. That's normal, customary behavior in terms of Oregon. I'm not entirely certain how you guys usually take your food.
No, this is good. I'm here to experience new things, and I will certainly try it.
Fantastic. Hope you enjoy it, good friend, and hope the rest of you enjoy yours as well. Anybody having themselves a little set of beaver here? That's going to be 2 silver. 2 silver for a plate.
Okay. I'm quite big, but I actually don't eat that much. I actually weigh a lot lesser than what you would think I weigh.
Tall but lean.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to. I mean, you fly. It's very difficult to fly if you're fat. That's just how it is.
2 silver.
That's true. I struggle with it a lot.
So while you are having your little meal here, we got one more person who's making their way here. Large and in charge, and accompanying, well, I'm not sure if you're accompanying them or if you're just following them along. Furnace, you have, over the course of your lifetime, discovered a lot about yourself, and these discoveries have, over time, led you to live amongst the dwarves of Ironstone. It's a little bit strange for one of your kind, but it is not 100% odd for one of your types of people to find themselves taken to travel in various different ways. But the dwarves have made it known that there is a very important event that their king needs to attend. And as such, some of their best guards, as well as the king, are going to be making their way. And, as is customary, some of their best armor and weaponry is going to be on full display, as is their custom. whenever they wish to travel to a different place. They like to kind of show off their craftsmanship to a decent degree. The unfortunate part for the king is that that kind of forces him to have to wear some rather heavy, gaudy bits in terms of his own armor. Much more decorative than it is actually pragmatic in many senses, but it's very pretty is the main goal. And well, he's not going to be doing any fighting should any trouble arise anyway. But what exactly, I suppose, draws you to joining them on this particular venture?
Well, there's a particular craftsman that Furnace has been attempting to get into the good graces of for several years now. And part of this includes her going here. A deal has been struck that if she can prove herself useful during this festival, then she will be taken on not by the craftsman himself, but by one of the people that works under him. An apprentice to an apprentice. But this is the best opportunity that she's had since she got to the Dwarven capital, and she's very excited to prove her worth.
Well, if nothing else, if you manage to grow your notoriety amongst the general Ordensian population, then that might be helpful towards getting you a proper recommendation, so that you can truly make something that you're completely proud of.
Indeed, I imagine, I don't know in your universe, I don't know if dwarves are naturally, suspicious towards outsiders or not, but, I assume because she is such an outsider that it has been difficult to break into perhaps the more acclaimed craftsman circles.
Absolutely. Dwarves, generally speaking, the only other race that they ever kind of associate themselves with regularly are the gnomes. Also tinkerers and craftsmen themselves, though they don't tend to focus too much on the craftsman part and more on the practicality side of things. Gnomes are problem solvers, and they enjoy engineering and creating new and vibrant things, regardless of whether or not they're going to be more useful for more than one use at a time. The purpose is to do something they haven't before, and the dwarves have a bit of a respect for that. But that's a relationship that they have cultivated over the course of, well, over 1,000 years at this point. Whereas most other races tend to kind of be tourists whenever they arrive with the dwarves. They tolerate them. They are fine with them arriving and being around and trading and things like that, but they don't understand the ways, they don't understand the culture, and they generally tend to be dismissed in terms of any of their interests for the craft itself. After all, what do they know? So you have definitely been having some roadblocks and some hurdles to jump in terms of being accepted. That much is for sure.
She's definitely done her best. She's learned Dwarvish. She's learned how to obviously read and write it, and she's been working for other, artisans, and doing decent work. But this is, she's convinced herself that this particular craftsman is the one who will be able to teach her the most about what she's trying to learn.
Well, if you do well in terms of making a splash here at this particular event, perhaps the king himself might be able to give you a little bit of a recommendation, or at least that would be incredibly helpful to you if you managed.
I could definitely say that she's happy to be out under the sun again and not having to crouch down so far to get through doors.
Super helpful. That being said, some of you who are already in town would notice as the procedure of dwarven guards making their way into town begin to kind of part the waves of people that are here in Conquer, celebrating and perusing all the various different wares that have been set up. The dwarves are decked out in only the finest of armors. They are all about as decorated as one could be in terms of being an elite royal guard. And behind them, trailing all of them, is King Halfhammer himself, a man who has been only relatively, at least by dwarven standards, recently given kingship. He has only been king for the past 50 or so years, but he has been doing a fairly decent job, at least according to his people. 1 second. Something in my throat. Okay. So, first you would see the guards, then you would see behind them a rather uncomfortable King Halfhammer in his golden garb of armor, along with a very thick and very covering cloak attached to his shoulder plates and his back entirely, making their way through the town of Conquer. And not far behind them, kind of trailing them, and being kind of just an observer in many senses, is a Goliath woman. One who definitely stands out in terms of all the various different dwarves being perhaps at max, maybe like 4 feet tall, and then Furnace herself being, well, how tall is Furnace again?
You're probably looking at around 8 feet, which she would like to think that she's short for her species.
She's petite.
Yes.
Looking down at everybody, I am a dainty little lady. So, you all kind of are all in Conquer at this particular point. There is the King Halfhammer has made his arrival, and almost immediately he has made his way towards one of the local inns that has set up a room specifically aside for him. All of his guards kind of surround the inn, and well, they stand in front of it anyway, with their shields up. Looking at attention and attempting more or less to look as impressive as possible to the various different peoples of Conquer, knowing that scattered amongst the peasantry that that's native to this particular area, there's going to be a decent amount of nobles who are going to be making their way here, especially those who are interested in potentially meeting with the emperor or even the king himself, so they do not want to be caught unawares or lacking in any sense. In the center of town, of course, we have Jack himself shredding his instrument and just performing the loudest of songs. In terms of how you're doing here, Jack, would you mind making me another performance check?
An 18.
Very good. In spite of how loud it is a melodic form of music, one that is easy to get into if one is so inclined. However, this isn't exactly the right venue for your type of genre, so a lot of people look more just kind of confused at your performance as opposed to necessarily impressed. Though there are at least the odd folks who have perhaps gotten into the local wines a little bit too quickly, that are definitely very interested in their own ways, kind of meandering about, bobbing their heads up and down, and kind of just enjoying the vibes more or less. So you're making a spectacle.
Yes, I'm giving a stirring performance.
Lord Ryko, you are definitely you are a spectacle. And as a note, I would say that the beaver definitely tastes very much like large rat, though it has a little bit more of a tough texture to it. It's a little bit difficult to get into, in spite of the fact that it's been cooked. So you can make that of what you will.
Yeah, we usually eat capybara for like Thanksgiving, and it reminds me of that.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Wait, what? Capybara?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the largest rodent.
Yeah.
It's delicious.
And of course, Furnace, you are able to see all the wonderful, beautiful little village here that has been set up. and all of its intricacies and the beautiful woods carving ship, which you don't see a lot of in Ironstone. They work with stone and metal. They don't really do the wood carving all that much. So this is an interesting change of pace, not necessarily a negative one either.
It reminds her of her city, which she has left so far behind up in the mountains, and it brings a little bit of nostalgia, a little bit of heartache, to be so far away from her beloved city.
And Zeke, you have been kind of maneuvering through town here, trying to find somebody who might be a little bit more up your alley in terms of something that you might find interesting. Make me an investigation check while you are doing so.
Where is it? There it is. Investigation. How did it go? Proficiency. Advantage or not? I don't remember.
You do
It
have
should just
proficiency
be
in it. It
the-
should automatically be calculated in it. You currently should have a bonus of a +5 from what I'm looking at.
Alright, just making sure I'm not throwing something wrong. Alright. 15.
So, Seek, during the course of your investigation, you don't necessarily find a whole lot of people here who are of the shady variety. But you do find that there appears to be a symbol that has been carved in the side of the main inn near the main square. That symbol is one that you would actually recall to a certain degree. It appears that, the peoples that you are familiar with are based here somewhere, and they definitely wouldn't put it on this inn if they weren't sure that it was a place that they could more or less call a safe house of some sort. That being said, if important people are going to be inside, perhaps they're not operating in the usual fashion. Perhaps they're not operating out in the open in any way here. In which case, if they're not, then likely you're looking for the basement of this particular establishment, if you're going to be finding anything.
Probably a good idea to check out the basement then. Might as well.
When you enter into the establishment, first off, you end up passing by several dwarven guards, who kind of give you a little bit of a look as you do so. That is not a necessarily disapproving look, but more of a stern gaze pointed in your direction that might tell you that you are to be on your best behavior while you are inside. Or at least that's the image that they're trying to inflict upon you, rather wordlessly.
Yeah.
When you do get inside, you don't necessarily immediately notice an entrance to any sort of basement, at least not from the common area. Then again, for a place like this, it's not terribly uncommon for a basement access to probably be either behind the bar or behind the kitchen area, which means that that's probably staff only. So it would probably be disapproving of you going in those particular areas. Then again, you're somewhat small. You can get around, perhaps without them necessarily noticing. Go ahead and roll me a stealth check while you do so.
Okay. Well, I have expertise. How does that?
That should already be calculated into it.
Alright.
Right now, according to your sheet, you have a +9, which is
Indeed.
about correct.
25.
Not a problem.
Hell yeah.
Keeping low and behind the bar, you kind of inch your way through the area without anyone necessarily noticing you, keeping your kind of traveler's cloak around you and making sure that you're shuffling as naturally and seamlessly as possible, almost sweeping through the floor and through people, like around people's legs and around the various different bar stools and tables that are set up to try and make your way into the back. And soon enough, you make your way into the kitchen area, where there are a number of people who are far too focused on their current tasks to notice you kind of below counter level, making your way around them. as you very quickly notice the sort of doorway into the cellar of this particular establishment. You quickly open it only so far as you need to in order to slip through before quickly and quietly closing it behind you and scuffling your way down into the basement. When you do, initially, it seems that this place is at least fairly empty of any sort of activity concerning other peoples who might be here. However, in due time, as you kind of investigate around, you note that there... Well, actually make me another investigation check while you're down here.
Will do. 17.
Very good. So, while you are down here, you find what appears to be a lever that is near one of the very large casks that is used in order to fill various different kegs and such of all sorts of different types of booze and alcohol. The lever, you've seen these types of things before in your travels. It appears that this would probably be one that opens perhaps a fake door of some sort.
Can I check for any sort of levers, buttons, anything, wires?
Well, sorry. You find a lever. What are you looking for past that?
Possible machinations of hopefully opening the door or something worse?
Sorry.
Or is it just a...
Am I not communicating it well enough? Like I said, during your investigations, you find a lever next to one of the large casks. And that is something that you've seen before that you use to open doors that don't necessarily make themselves necessarily immediately obvious.
Okay, alright. Sorry, I'm just on the toes off the bat. Yeah, flip the lever, try and go inside.
Okay. You flip the lever, and the cask actually has a doorway that opens inside of it. Clearly, the cask itself is meant to be empty, hollow even, as you make your way in. And very quickly, you are met with a rather busy-looking group of folks, all of which appear to be humanoid in various different ways, as they are kind of passing back and forth, talking to each other, passing notes and making reports, things like that. And when you make your entrance, a couple of them look in your particular direction and begin to draw swords, as they don't seem to recognize you.
How tall is Zick?
Wait, I have this. No, I don't. I thought I had it. Wait, no, is it in... I'm sure I had it in somewhere. Whatever. It's like 4, 5 or something, I think I put. Small.
Tiny.
Small boy.
Tiny, yes.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were like 6 inches tall or like what you said.
Oh, no, no, like 4, 5, 4, something like that. Tiny, but not put in pocket tiny. Chick just kind of freezes, puts both hands in the air. Like,
Tick's not here for trouble, only looking for possible information.
They continue to draw their swords and point them at you, but one of them, at the very least, kind of tilts his head for a moment. Information on what, little furry boy?
Possible disposal of my father.
And who may your father be?
Swiftfoot.
He glances around for a moment towards the rest of the folks in here. Anyone know who ought a fella by the name of Swiftfoot? I'm guessing your biological dad be a rat folk like yourself, then?
Yes.
Rat folk, Swiftfoot. Anyone have an idea? couple of the people shift somewhat, looking around, seeing if anybody knows anything. After a lack of an answer for a few seconds, the man who has a sword pointed at you says, "Sorry, mate. Don't know nothing about no killing of a Swiftfoot here. Where did it happen?"
I'm not sure yet. I'm trying to figure it out.
Is he actually dead?
That I don't know of, but I doubt he would have left his gun with me if he was in the need of it.
That was that is.
Yeah.
Right. Well, not just anybody can find this place out of nowhere.
Well, I've been in these kind of places before with the same symbol with Tick's father.
Right. Well, sorry to hear about your dad there, kid, but I don't really know much about it. But if you're interested, there's something we might be able to make use of you for. Maybe get some gold in your pockets before you end up leaving to find more information, eh?
Tick's done dirty work before. What's the job?
Nothing too terribly risky. Emperor's going to be coming into town here soon. We just want to know where he's going to be keeping himself all held up. Know that he's going to be using one of the inn rooms up here, so hoping that it's a place that we can readily identify and maybe get an idea as to guard shifts, things like that. Just a wee bit of scouting work. You up for it?
Scout the Emperor's. A little bit of above Tick's pay grade, but should be easy enough.
Right then. If you get caught, you don't know who we are, and you certainly don't know how to get down here. Understand?
Never been a problem before.
Good. I'll just go ahead and skitter along, and when you have a decent idea of all the information we need, make your way back here, eh?
Sir, yes, sir. Tick out.
I love him every single time.
As for the rest of you, so a commotion, of course, has been occurring here in the center of town. Jack has been performing rather loudly. A lot of the different locals don't really know how to react to this. The guards don't even necessarily know how to react to this because they, people do performances sometimes, and this isn't necessarily an illegal act. And nobody seems to want him gone at the moment. But it is just kind of causing a lot of confusion here. Jack, in the midst of your performance, after having completed perhaps your third song at this particular point, an elderly fellow, dressed in a cloak, with eyes that are somewhat clouded, kind of gestures up to you for a moment. "Excuse me, there, fella."
Please, tips are welcome. Thank you.
No. It's about time I start telling the kids some stories. Do you mind?
I'm always down for a solid story. And he'll step down from the plinth and start letting the elderly man up there.
Much appreciated, my friend.
By the way, my name has been Jack the Shredder. I will perform later.
There's a smattering of groans and one drunken, "Yeah!
Yeah, that guy."
As you kind of step down, the elderly fella kind of sits up and gestures. "All right. It's about that time. Sun's high in the sky. Let's tell some stories, kids." And the smattering of kids, all of which of varying ages, kind of ending maybe around 12 or so, begin making their way over. Their parents coming very close behind and forming what appears to be kind of like almost a A guard of sorts surround the kids behind them as they sit in front of the elder.
The story is not just meant for the kids, by the way. Very important story for those interested in the history of Conquer. Those who might be interested in, well, the time before Conquer was founded. Why this place is so significant and important, but in a way that the history books don't tell you.
The kids begin
Guys.
to ooh and ah.
Jack begins to ooh and ah.
I was gonna say, is a furnace nearby?
Yes, absolutely.
She is going to make a quick excuse to whichever dwarves she's been currently traveling with, and she's going to wander closer as well. And stand, semi-awkwardly behind the parents, easily able to see over them, but still standing on her tiptoes as though she somehow would be shorter. You know, kind of craning her neck.
Am I able to see as well?
Absolutely.
All right, well, I see this giant Goliath woman stand over there, and it strikes my fancy, so I go kind of do the same thing.
I'm going to sit down cross-legged with the children.
Chick's probably not close by. Or did he fucking skitter out of the basement?
You probably skittered out of the basement by now and are probably just kind of on the lookout for the Emperor whenever he does make his arrival so that you can do what you've been asked to do. Make it a little bit of extra cash while you're here.
Yeah.
Though it might be a bit frustrating. You're still no closer to your goal at the moment.
It's okay.
The elderly fellow kind of clears his throat a bit.
So, children, do you know all the gods of the Ordensian pantheon?
Children begin to shout out various different answers. You hear Nadara, Thormodin, and Orad, the king of the sun, and all those sorts of things. And as all the names are kind of like gone over for a bit, he gives a bit of a nod. Yes, good, good. You pay attention. Always good to hear. But there's another name that none of you said, which is to be understandable, because it's not a name that most people know about. The kids kind of collectively look at each other and then up to him, like, what is he talking about? And he gives a wry smile.
There's another name. Lost to time. Adon. You see, children, when the gods gave birth to this world, and when they gave birth to their creations, the peoples, not only of Oridon, but all around, they created more than just them. You see, the gods see every possibility, every time. And so, one thing that worried them during their initial creation of all things was the intelligent peoples that they would give rise to. You see, gods very much enjoy remaining in their place, above all the rest of us. Not merely for the purpose of retaining their power, but because they believe themselves to be the only ones capable of that level of authority. But they knew that we, people in general, would sometime not need them anymore, and that at that time, we might try to usurp them, try and take their place. They didn't like that. Didn't like that idea one bit. So they created one more thing. A 10th god by the name of Adon. Artificial, but infused with the divine essence of all of them together. With one express purpose. When we lose faith, and we believe ourselves to be better than the gods, to be superior to them, when we no longer fear them, Adon rises, and he erases everything, so that the gods can try again. But it didn't take long for the gods to realize their folly. They created the people, and they realized no matter what sins these people would ever do, the gods will never stop loving them. And they couldn't bear Adon serving his purpose. But they couldn't kill him. They couldn't destroy him, because he was infused with the same divine essence as they were. And a god cannot kill a god. So, they locked him away. Now you might wonder, what does any of this have to do with Conquer? Well, as it so happens, as far as the legends go, the prison that holds Adon, sealed by all the gods and all their powers put together, lies somewhere directly underneath our town. And this will be the place that he rises, should the gods lose their powers on this world once more, or in any sense. So, if we don't want that to happen, children, make sure that you keep the faith of all the gods. You can like one better than the rest, but always understand that everything we have, everything we are, is thanks to them, including their mistakes. And make no bones about it, gods can make mistakes too. But just as they forgive us, we forgive them. And the kids begin to kind of look between each other for a little bit, trying to think about this. What's Adon look like? No one really knows. Possibly, he might not even look like a person. Well, have you ever seen a god? Obviously, there's the depictions, but all of those are guesswork at best. Thormodin being a dwarf is, of course, a thing that people like to draw and like to engrave, but in all likelihood, he might be something else entirely. Adon is no different. He was created by them, after all. So, we don't know what he looks like. Really, we don't know what any of the gods look like.
Can I do... Okay, I would like to... Can I do a religion check to see if this is a common tale that is told among religious folks as well, or if this is one of those stories that specific religion, like specific worshippers of specific gods may, look at with a little bit of skepticism and, like, I don't know, disdain? I don't know. I'm just curious.
Give me a religion check.
I would love to. I just want to know what the typical opinion of a story like this is. Religion. Sorry, I'm having to find it. Can I please just let me roll it? There we go. Never mind.
You never heard this story before.
Wait,
You know
aren't
what?
you
I'm
a
standing-
cleric?
Yeah, I'm standing right next to her, and I'm curious about the same thing. Can I roll for that as well?
Anybody who... Well, I'm letting Furnace, because Furnace is a cleric. But if you are not proficient in it, or even half proficient, then you can't roll.
Alright, never mind. Sorry.
I was gonna say she's kind of squinting, and you can see a theological argument already forming in her head, but she's trying to resist the urge because it's just a children's story and it's not that deep. It doesn't need to be that deep. It's a moral story for children, but she's not a fan of the story.
Do you look distraught over this?
You like clenching your feet, maybe like shifting your feet back and forth, just kind of like biting your lip, just like are you like visibly uncomfortable?
Yeah. Well, I noticed this, and I
kind
say, "Are you disturbed by this? Are you okay?"
It's not what I was taught in my classes.
What were you
But
taught?
I suppose it has a good moral purpose for young ones, perhaps?
How does it differ from what you were taught?
So blatantly calling the gods imperfect is, typically not, well, it's a little bit of a faux pas, you know. Obviously, you can debate the various actions of different deities and whether it truly aligns with what we would consider to be moral, but you must understand it is a far larger issue than simply, as she slowly devolves into this, again, rambling theological argument about the veracity of this children's story.
I'm curious, who do you serve?
Thoradin.
I myself am not religious, but given the way he described it, that's something I might be able to get behind, that the gods aren't perfect and they do make mistakes.
You see like one of the muscles in her jaw jump, and she says, I see.
Just a casual, cool, thanks.
Gotcha. Anything else?
Where are you from?
I'm going to forget the name of the dwarven city. Give me 2 seconds. I will.
Ironstone.
Ironstone. I keep wanting to say Ironforge. Yeah, Ironstone.
You and everyone else.
Yes, I'm from Ironstone.
Yes, I'm from the Wastes.
Ah, long way away then.
Yes. Are people usually religious from Ironstone?
That's a good question. Can I do a history check?
Yeah, you can.
It's like, she might know the people around here are religious, but would she know if, like, how religious in general? Oh, she knows. How religious are they?
So, Ironstone itself, while a decent portion of them might not necessarily be, like, quote-unquote religious in the sense that they don't go to, like, sermons and the like, all of them at the very least pay respects to Thormodin in various different ways. Usually they have, perhaps, like, their own little charms that they believe to be blessed by him, or they do their own individual prayers, things like that. It's very common for him to have, like, immense levels of respect in Ironstone, religious or no.
She confidently says, very religious.
Ah. I kind of look around and realize she's the only person that I'm actually looking up to, and say, you know, I can't help but ask, what brings you to this festival?
Oh, I'm, I work for the craftsman that I'm apprenticing under.
Ah, for what?
Fine metalwork. I have a decent handle on more, I suppose you could say industrial types of metalwork, but not many people are willing to teach me the finer things, as I don't exactly come across too many people as being good with small tools.
You know, I have these 2 swords and I show them to her, and I say, I think they were made for normal-sized people. What do you think about them?
They were made for normal-sized people. Describe me the swords. I don't know what they look like.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I was
can't.
muted for a second. I said one is a normal katana, the other is a wakizashi. It's like a short sword katana.
Can I do a history check to know if these would be common weapons in any part of Orden?
You may, and I'll give you advantage since you are specifically a craftsman-trained person.
Alright. Let me do a second roll. 17.
Okay. You are familiar with the ways in which with these sorts of with this craftsmanship, but it's definitely not Ordensian design. No dwarf makes swords like this. No gnome makes swords like this. These are foreign, but you have seen them every once in a while. Usually, travelers that are coming through Ironstone, perhaps from outside of Oregon. Usually, people from perhaps over the sea, beyond the sort of the ocean itself. Who might come by from time to time. It's a very rare time that you would see somebody like that, but these are the types of sort of curved blades that are somewhat endemic to that particular population.
All right, her first question would be, where are you from?
I'm from the wastes.
To the...
I,
Where particularly in the wastes?
the Peak Mountain area, northern
I see.
of Dragon Guard Keep.
I see, these are... I can't say I have much personal experience with weapons such as these. They've come from places I have not studied in, but they are fascinating. I hope they treat you well.
I don't know much about them. They've been passed down to me, and kind of like where they came from and how they were crafted, who crafted them, was kind of lost by the time they got to me.
She's going to think about this and say, well, there may be people within my caravan who might, or not caravan, I don't exactly know what I'd refer to it as, people within my guild, who might know more about them. If you brought them around, perhaps some of my masters would have more experience and be able to tell you more details. I'm afraid I am only a student at the end of the day.
That sounds fantastic. I would love to join you for the rest of the day to do that.
Well, in that case, so you guys will be heading back to the various dwarven craftsmen that are sort of setting themselves up here on behalf of Ironstone as sort of like a cultural exchange of sorts, so that they can potentially take a look on your behalf and analyze them a little bit. I imagine, Jack, once the elder kind of gets down from his soapbox of sorts and the kids begin to return back to their parents, that you'll be returning back to your performance, unless you want to have a conversation with the elder in any way.
Jack's gonna help him down and just express how interesting the story was and how well told it was, and how the performance really like inspired him. And he's going to thank the elder for that. And then when he gets back up on the dais, he's going to perform his new song, Divine Folly. Written about the creation of Adon.
Just made entirely on the spot.
Yes.
Okay.
Does Q hear the song?
Given that, the craftsmen would probably get themselves set up probably somewhere here in the square, so probably. I don't know exactly what the lyrics would be, but obviously the idea is, the general theme is the gods made a mistake, or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, and so as he starts playing, the lyrics start coming out, and images of the divines crafting this monster start forming in the square in front of him. He's using a silent image to do this, and darkness will kind of descend upon their creation as they seal it away in this very exaggerated tomb.
So yeah, that's something that you'll just be dealing with, Furnace, is this large fella in the middle just sort of singing about how the gods made Adon. Much to your chagrin. The craftsmen that are with you, one of them kind of looks to you as he sees that you are not entirely comfortable with the situation. Is it not to your taste there, lass?
She kind of... she's just kind of watching this with the long suffering stare as she goes, yeah, maybe the genre of music is not for me. maybe the subject matter is also not for me.
Hey.
Has anybody tried to tell him to stop?
No, at the moment, also not our tune, so I don't really feel like doing it myself. Feels like overstepping a bound, you know?
I think it's
Quite.
amazing. This song is the best song I've ever heard.
Well, maybe you could bring him back to a private location to perform just for you, and for nobody else.
Oh, come on, Furnace. Let's go say hi to the man.
I thought we were going to go talk to a craftsman.
There's plenty of time in the day. Come join. Come on.
I still got plenty of stuff to be setting up here, lass. If you need to talk to me about something later, then feel free to make sure it's after I already play all my wares.
As she's quietly pleading with her eyes, she has to. It doesn't really work because the difference in height, makes it very hard to see the pleading puppy look that she gives. As she's like, "Are you sure there isn't anything I can help with?"
Well, outside of just basic putting things together, but I can handle that on my own.
Man, what a capable guy he is. All right, Furnace, let's go.
As she is unwillingly dragged along to go talk to Jack.
I very innocently grab her hand and start tugging her toward Jack because I've never heard anything like this in my life, but I don't want to lose my new friend.
So, Jack, you do have a couple of very visible audience members now, in terms of their size, that are amongst the crowd. And one of them looks just visibly perturbed by something. Perhaps it's not your music.
It couldn't be.
Impossible.
What is your name?
They call me Jack the Shredder on stage.
Hi, my name is Lord Ryko. This here is Furnace. We just couldn't stand by and not come up and say hello.
Oh, Lord, you say? And he'll, being at the end of his performance, he's played through a few songs now. He's gonna step down and do a very, very deep bow to the Lord.
Oh, no, that's not needed.
Lord Ryko, I totally understand the feeling of grace that comes with a position such as yours.
Please, please. I look at both Furnace and Jack and say, I just want you to just call me Rye. No need to call me the full title of Lord Ryko.
Right is. What? How can I help you?
Well, what are you doing here? We were just talking about what brought us here, and we just wanted to strike a conversation with you. Tell us about yourself.
Lot of wheeze that are said there.
Yes, there are. That was very purposefully done.
I would like to. Furnace is making as close to direct eye contact as she can with you, Jack, which is she's able to do because you guys are about the same height.
No, you are way taller.
You're like a good foot and 3 inches taller than he is.
Okay, well you're on a stage, so she's able to make direct eye contact with you, and she's staring at you. What does she see? What does your face look like?
You can't really see the face. It's covered by this bone mask, but you do see these piercing green dots coming out of the eye sockets.
Right. She just is staring you down, and then she asks, do you usually write music about heresy?
Heresy and myth are very, very commonly confused, my lady, and he'll take your hand and kind of bow and give it a kiss.
She looks down at the mask, bumping against her hand, and goes, "Right, okay."
It definitely, you feel no lips or anything as far as the back of your hand is concerned. It's literally just a bump on your hand.
yeah, exactly. And she goes, have you considered other subject matters? Perhaps.
Oh, I have a plethora of songs that I could play for you, my lady.
Like what?
Right.
Yes. And he pulls his guitar out, and he says, "I call this one decommissioned," and he starts playing again, and it's a song going on about the decommissioning of the Warforged.
The decommissioning of the Warforged being a historical event that's fairly old at this particular point in time, but was basically more or less necessary. The Warforged were originally made by the Empire as sort of this mobile law enforcement force, meant to kind of go between different villages and towns and amongst the various different cities, being sort of automated in terms of being able to make sure that everybody is playing ball and being good and following the law and things like that. This is of course after they were already used as soldiers when it came to, for one, fending off the Dragonborn during a couple of incursions that they've made over the years, as well as the Orcish incursions that have been made from the desert. But during times of peace, they regularly were just kind of used as law enforcement, which, because they were made for battle, their methods of law enforcement were a little bit too zealotous in many senses. And so, after a certain period of time, once the Empire found itself to be fairly strong and capable of taking care of itself and having its own standing army, the Warforged became kind of this just extra thing that was sitting around causing issues, and a lot of people were making various different complaints. So they all got decommissioned. They all got deactivated and placed somewhere that, well, nobody really knows about at this particular point.
I'm
is he
going to make
General
the executive.
Grievous?
Huh?
He kept saying the Empire, and I can't help but think about Star Wars, and now all I can see you as is like one of those. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm going to see when he takes his robe off, and he's going to be like General Grievous when he takes his robe off.
The skull mask reminds me of that one race that all had skull masks.
Oh yeah,
What General Grievous was before he got robo-fied.
We've learned all your secrets now.
I was gonna say, somehow, this song also seems to annoy Furnace, as she would consider it, also against her religion, because it is terrible to destroy things that you have created, and she would see the decommissioning of the Warforged as destroying them, and this has always been a particular sore spot of history for her, and now she is somehow in a worse mood. just staring at Jack with increasing dislike.
At least in this sense, it's not that he's singing about heresy. It's more that he's singing about something that sucked that happened.
I am enjoying the shit out of this song, and I am just kind of like jiving, and I'm like nudging her with my elbow, like, isn't this amazing?
She is just visibly having just the worst time.
I'm gonna do an insight check to see if I notice.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's not great.
What did you get?
24.
Yeah. Which, to be fair, made it pretty clear that Furnace's discomfort is fairly obvious to see. Not great at hiding it, it seems.
No.
I'm in the middle of him playing it. I want to grab her arm and kind of like start to like almost forcefully, but like innocently, kind of like, because I'm also big, just like she is. So I like kind of spin her out and start dancing with her to the music. But she, like kind of like in a cartoon sense, where like they're kind of being led forcibly almost, but like in a nice way.
Yeah. Yeah, she's going with it because causing a scene would look bad upon the dwarves. But she does not look happy.
Okay, well, while
I start clapping with my hands and my wings.
While you guys are enjoying this particular performance of more of Jack's greatest hits here, Seek, you would notice that it appears that there is another high-profile arrival occurring here at the sort of what is it? I'm trying to remember my cardinal directions here. The eastern entrance to Conquer. It appears that there is a number of people making their way in. Many of them appear to be guardsmen, probably about a dozen or so of them. And all of them are kind of marching in front of what appears to be a rather ornate carriage that is making its way in. the people of Conquer and all of the various different participants in the celebrations are making their way over to kind of get a pretty decent look as to who this particular individual is. And it is definitely a sight to see, because the carriage itself is about as ornate as it can be, and then the guards are also definitely dressed up in ways that are reminiscent of the King's guards for King Halfhammer. Um, when the carriage makes its way to the sort of the edge of Conquer, it sort of stops, and the driver gets off very quickly and makes his way over to the door and opens it before kind of giving a very deep and almost permanent bow as a person begins to step off of the carriage itself. This man is clearly somewhat elderly in many ways, dressed in incredibly ornate garb. He steps off, nods to the carriage driver, and begins to very casually walk towards the center of the village. The various different people immediately parting as the guards clear way for his arrival. Some people might recognize him from fairly recently minted gold pieces, because his face is on them. This would most obviously to be Emperor Valkyrian.
Oh shit. So I definitely recognize him, and I am taken back.
He gives very slight looks to each of the people that he passes by, kind of giving some nods of acknowledgement as people are kind of like calling out to him and trying to get his attention, as he continues to nod but just continue moving forward, as if he's here with a purpose and doesn't particularly have time to just sit and chat with every single particular person who wants to have a talk with him. It's something that he seems somewhat accustomed to at this particular point. When he arrives near the center of town, the guards kind of lead him over towards the dwarves that have set themselves in front of the inn itself, and he stands outside and kind of crosses his arms somewhat and begins tapping one of his boots on the ground as he looks up at the inn. After several minutes, King Halfhammer makes his way outside and has again a visible look of discomfort on his face as he looks to the Emperor, and they kind of nod to each other and begin to now both walk, and both escorted by their guards, which is very much limited the space in terms of the streets as they are being escorted around. And they begin to speak with each other very quietly, to maybe perhaps prevent anybody from listening in on their conversation as they begin to wander about the grounds.
I'd like to lean into both of the other people here and be like, you guys know who that is, right?
Not even a little.
That is Emperor
Yes.
Valkyrian.
The Emperor.
As Furnace would kind of not snap to attention, but more or less, as she will tell Jack very pointedly, so I think you should stop playing now because there are important people around and your music is distracting.
I could not disagree more. Play it louder. He will love this.
My music is uplifting, you mean?
Right, that is not what I said.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And I'm going to step back on the stage.
So uplifting.
And in a very loud voice, I'm going to announce my next song is Dowager Bitch, a song about Empress Angelique.
A song about Emperor's what?
Empress Angelique.
Oh.
Empress Angelique is a fairly somewhat esoteric point in time in terms of history. It would take somebody who has a decent knowledge of history to know what that
And
might entail.
Can I make a roll on it since I'm proficient?
You certainly can. Might just be a general piece of knowledge that you've picked up in your studies.
Absolutely not. That's a 4.
Okay.
Nat one.
No, that makes sense. This is esoteric Oridensian knowledge. You've been studying amongst the dwarves. They might not teach that shit there, so that makes
I know.
sense.
All she hears is Empress and bitch, and she goes, I'm going to slowly and quietly move in that direction, so I am not profiled as being part of this group. I am going to go back and help set things up, whether they need help or not.
Do I notice her slipping away?
Probably. It's not a
She's
terribly stealthy person.
She's 8'1". You definitely notice her.
All right. Well, I reach out and do the whole like leading her and dancing thing again, and be like, "Oh,
So-
where are you going?"
So this song actually starts as a very mournful kind of something you would hear at a funeral, and then it moves into an angrier type of music as it progresses.
Okay.
As you continue to play, one of the guards, one of the royal guards, makes his way over to you, and kind of taps his pike on the ground a couple of times and says, "Excuse me, citizen."
Please leave all questions until the end of the performance.
The Emperor requests that you cease your playing.
Oh. Okay. I guess I agree with her now. We might want to just cut it down a bit.
He'll look over at the Emperor and put his guitar back on his back and step down, maintaining eye contact.
Love the I'll think about it sound.
But he will stop playing.
Lundy, how quick are you to kill somebody in this, campaign over disrespect?
When it's called for.
Okay.
But no, he will quit playing and he will not further dig his hole. But he won't say anything.
I start to side with Furnace because, a hire came up and said something about it. So me and Furnace, I guess, kind of like stand off to the side and aren't dancing or anything.
Yeah, Furnace has also extricated herself from your grip and is, again, moving back towards the dwarves. She is not part of this. She did not want to be here in the first place. She is embarrassed.
Well, you acquiesce to the request given to you, and now the town center is a lot quieter than it was before. As things quiet down, and the Emperor continues his walk with King Halfhammer, this kind of gives you guys a little bit of a lull in activity here. Seek, I know that you have been tasked with following the Emperor, maybe collecting information on him, his guard, their patrols, every bit of information that you could possibly get.
Mhm.
So, how closely are you kind of like following his retinue?
Well, Tick notices that there's a bunch of guards everywhere, so definitely keeping the distance from all of the guards as to not arouse suspicion. But if Emperor were to go inside, let's say an inn or whatever, Teak would slowly slither himself without causing a scene, keeping his eyes possibly on the Emperor at all times. Maybe
Okay.
slip past a guard or something if necessary.
Very good. You are just trailing, basically.
Yes.
Trying to just keep an eye on things. Roll me a perception while you are doing so. See if you can maybe eavesdrop a little bit on the conversation that our favorite emperor and king are having.
That is a 16.
Okay. It's a little difficult to hear, even if you're able to get fairly close. But kind of keeping yourself focused on them and kind of hearing sounds and keeping an eye on their mouths, you're kind of able to piece together kind of the conversation they're having. At the moment, initially, it's more or less just various bits of greetings for each other, catching up on and doing a bit of small talk as they are discussing sort of the matters of the day. And eventually the conversation gets a little bit more, I suppose, serious in terms of actual business as the Emperor begins to speak.
So, anything happening in Ironstone that I should know about?
Nothing that you need concern yourself with there, wee laddie. Got ourselves some interesting folk coming by nowadays. Now that Orden's doing all great, we've got ourselves a bunch of new, well, tourists, you might say.
Is this an issue?
My people aren't exactly keen on new people moving in, so to speak. It's fine and dandy to have people come by to buy and sell, but trying to buy some land in there, say, it's a lot. Especially since it means we gotta expand. And expanding means going into the Underdark, trying to colonize a bit of it. People are not fans of that, not one bit, not one wee bit.
I see. Well, do you have any ideas as to how you can possibly expand to accommodate this?
Are you really asking us to continue to do it?
I'm just saying, if people want to live amongst your people, then there's not much I can really do about it.
You're the Emperor. There's loads you can do about it.
I understand that, but if I were to tell them that Ironstone is off limits in any sense, do you have any idea what sort of uprising that might cause? Especially amongst your people. They would consider it an insult themselves. You want me to take all the diplomatic blame for that?
Fine. I suppose we can do a wee bit more expansion, but I'm a little bit more interested in maybe making homes outside of Ironstone, out and on the surface for folks that are more accustomed to that.
Then do that. What's the issue with it?
It's just a wee bit garish, isn't it? Doesn't look great. We got the gates. Doesn't look all that great to have a fucking town outside the gates.
Well, do what you need to.
How about you? Any troubles as far as your people are concerned?
One somewhat frog in a boiling pot situation, yes.
Aye? What might that be?
Various churches and temples in major cities as well as the small towns around Oregon have been lodging complaints that it appears that many of their various parishioners are dwindling.
People not being as faithful as they used to be, eh?
What need do they have of the gods, they say. Oregon's doing fine. Crops are flourishing. The economy is stable. The gods are not necessary anymore.
Give it a bit of time. One good war is all it takes for them to realize that hard times are always just ahead.
I'd prefer not to have to wait on that, and I prefer not to have that happen, if at all possible.
Well, what else could you do? Maybe set up some events, maybe? Attract some attention to the different temples?
If I were to do that, then that is going to open up a massive can of worms. number one, is going to indicate that I favor some temples over the other, regardless of how it is that I end up allocating it. Obviously, I can't spend the same amount of money on events for city temples as I can small village temples, but Nadara doesn't have a fucking temple in a single major city in the entirety of Orton, outside of the forest, but the elves aren't exactly going to corroborate with me on this. The last thing I need is people thinking that I'm trying to specifically encourage the worship of some gods over others because of some misunderstanding of the allocation of funds. See, your problem is you're too scared to actually do anything about the problems that come about. You just sit on your keister and hope that everything stays good. I'm worried about what's going to happen if something bad actually does occur. It's not easy ruling an empire. Yeah, I know. Still going to give you shit about it, though. After that, they decide to have a little bit of a lull in the conversation and continue to peruse in small talk, talking about, various different foods that they've been enjoying as of late, if they've been doing any sort of traveling, things like that. Somewhat inconsequential talk.
So we obviously didn't hear any of this, correct?
No, but Zeke did.
Ah, yeah.
So that is what Zeke hears. As far as the rest of you are concerned, since you have been somewhat forced to remain quiet for now, Jack, much to your chagrin, we do have the opportunity to actually have Rye's swords examined by an actual craftsman and see what exactly they have an opinion on for it.
I'm gonna follow.
What? Follow who?
Follow Rye. Because we're clearly friends now.
Fuck yeah, we're
Okay.
friends.
Fair enough.
Best friends.
Fair enough. So, Furnace, you bring Rye back to the stall that's been set up by the craftsman that you have accompanied here, and after a small explanation, kind of recapping what you've already told Furnace to the craftsman himself, he takes a look at your blades here, Raiko, and gives a bit of a nod. Oh yeah, these are definitely well crafted for sure. Well, regarding the tradition exactly that they fall under, not our kind of deal, but you can tell by a load of the various different etchings in here that there's a lot of meaning to these particular blades, for one. And for two, they're made in such a way as to not disturb the integrity of the actual blades themselves, so that's good too. Now, something that you normally find when it comes to particularly skilled runic dwarven weaponry is we have particular spots that we like to put our runes on that don't mess with the integrity of the blade itself, while also keeping it nice and pronounced so that they can be properly used. This has something a wee bit more similar to it, but it's actually, as he puts your katana up and points at the bottom of the pommel, that's what you're looking at when it comes to these styles of blades. As he points to what appears to be a fairly intricate design on the bottom of the pommel. Now that is magic, but seems to be a wee bit inert right now.
Oh, interesting. And what exactly does that mean? It's just inert, so it's just not there? What does this mean?
You need yourself some massive well of power to reactivate an inert magical item of things like that. Because normally there's how to put it? Runes like this are meant to feed on themselves, constantly be capable of activating themselves and kind of draw from surrounding bits of magic to keep themselves well powered. That's how they're usually designed. But this hasn't been used in such a long time that the magic it needs to begin to activate, to even begin to draw from around itself, is gone. So your problem here is you need to actually power it up enough so that it's
more or less full so that it can continue to activate again. But that's going to require something pretty intense.
Oh, I did not know any of this. You have been most helpful. Thank you so much. So basically just needs a jump start of sorts. And, because I myself am not of magical training. I have very small magical training, but I am not a full-blown wizard or anything.
Even your average wizard probably wouldn't be able to manage it. Now, talking about the Archmage Mierwin, that fellow would probably be able to give it a wee bit of a jump start for sure, but can't really say that your average mage would be able to manage this for sure.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I like to flip him a couple of silver just as a tip.
Mighty fine, thanks.
I like.
You learn
I
a
guess
little
I just,
bit about, yeah.
Yeah, I just walk back over to the group, and I guess I just tell them what he told me. Specifically to Furnace.
I was going to say, I'll have you know, Furnace followed you and then is doing her best to stay with the craftsman when you leave, as like, yes, I've helped you in the thing that you needed help with, so I hope you have a wonderful rest of the festival. I'm busy, you know.
So basically, me and Jack are conversating, I would assume, like, quite a bit. Like, we're, you know, really, you know, are we his best friends? Well, you know, do you want to go do karate in the garage, kind of like a vibe, you know? And, but the thing is, it's like every time we're talking with Furnace, like, between us, so we're talking, like, across her, so she's, like, having to go with us
whenever she moves, you move.
Yeah, and we're just, like, keeping her sandwiched, so she's, like, included, when I guess she has her arms, like, folded into herself or something, I don't know.
By the way, did Tick hear about a word of a weapon master of some sort?
Sick, you would definitely notice that there is a new stall that has been set up in the time that you have been out here kind of patrolling, kind of scouting, trying to find the Emperor, and since you've been following him. It appears that there's one that's been set up that is being run by a dwarf of sorts, and you see that he's kind of explaining what appears to be some sort of magical rune of sorts on what appears to be the pommel of a blade to a very large birdman.
Tick would kind of
Oh, you go. Sorry.
look back at the Emperor, keeping tabs on where he is.
He seems to just kind of be wandering around the middle of the town here, just taking a stroll.
Yeah. And Tick would approach the possible stall.
Does Furnace notice him?
As he's approaching the stall, if he wants to be noticed.
Just walking to the stall, not really.
Not stealthily, so yeah.
Not stealthily, just kind of.
Fairly noticeable.
Just kind of.
As she very loudly goes, yes, a potential customer! Both of you need to go that way so that we can sell things!
Wait, but I have a super important question.
What?
Do you prefer pancakes or waffles?
Waffles, obviously. Stupid question. Hello, little
Yes,
creature!
she is correct.
Do you want to buy anything?
Sorry, Tick's not looking to buy anything. Possible information,
Are you
maybe.
sure? Are you sure we're selling excellent wares? Or what are we selling over here?
Excellent wares, apparently.
We got ourselves all sorts of different types of dwarven craftsmanship here, whether it be shields or armors of various different sorts. Even got some leathers for for small folks like you who want to stay nice and mobile. Different types of blades, arrows that are nice and well kept, bows and the like. Granted, crossbows are going to be more likely as far as we're concerned. We're not exactly elves, not great on the craftsmanship of wood. You see.
He would notice
diagram?
the musket in my hands and also the big, long, cloth-wrapped thing behind my back.
Again, it seems you got yourself a rather unique little style weapon there. It is a weapon, isn't it?
I was wondering if you would be able to tell me something about A gun.
Guns.
Possibly.
You don't
He would
see
notice that
those.
he's not bringing the musket forward, but the big cloth-wrapped thing behind his back, and kind of unravels it. He would notice it is not any type of musket or anything. It's something tinkered with, not entirely normal looking.
Huh.
Tick doesn't know much about it. Tick's been tinkering with it, not knowing what makes it tick. It doesn't seem to use normal gunpowder and bullets. I can't figure out what's wrong with it.
Huh. Not gonna lie, we won. I've never seen anything quite like it before. I mean, I've seen the occasional flintlock, even a musket from time to time. They're still very rare these days, but this is a whole new type of weapon I've never seen before. You know who might be able to help you out with that if you do want to learn more. There are a number of great artificers back at Ironstone that might be able to give you a much better idea as to what you're working with here. If I remember correctly, there's a decent amount of artificers out in the various cities as well. Most of them gnomes, but some of them are humans, as I understand.
Furnace is going to kind of pipe up, and would those gnomes we were traveling with down here, would they know anything about it?
Specifically this? Maybe not, but they might be able to examine it and get a better idea of it.
Well, little one, would you like me to take you in that direction? I know where they've set up.
If it's not too much trouble.
Oh, no trouble at all. Anything to get me away from the... to help me see the rest of the festival.
Tick just kind of like hastily takes the... Not perceive... fuck, that's not the word. English does not work for me sometimes. Hastily takes the weapon away, wrapping it back in cloth as to not pay too much attention to it. Puts it back on his back and just kind of follows the giant lady around. In that case,
There's no shot.
just-
She just leaves us. Me and we continue just chatting and talking about like guy stuff, I guess, and we're just maintaining her between us throughout this entire thing.
It's gotta be such an awkward thing to look at.
Oh yeah, no, and you can see the hope, all of her hopes and dreams just leaving her eyes. And she's like, I was so close. I almost escaped. She is very loudly though talking to Tick, whether he is responding to her or not. She is just trying to have a conversation with somebody who is not Jack or with Coco. What is his name? Rico?
Rai.
Rico.
You can call me Rai.
Ryko?
Rai.
Right. Okay. So
Lord
Coco.
Ryko.
It's
She's trying not to.
Coco?
She's trying not to have a conversation with Coco or with Jack. She's trying to have a conversation with Sick, if only because she is trying to pretend like the other two don't exist.
Okay, where the fuck did Coco come from?
I looked at your name and the last two letters were Co, and so I went, Coco.
right, Coco.
Right, Coco.
Oh,
She is asking you lots of questions, Tick.
So, whereabouts have you come from? What things have you seen? What cities have you been in? Tell me about your travels. About where you got this strange gun.
Oh, I've been all over the place. I used to perform internationally a lot of the times. It's been a while since I've been to some of the major cities, but
I wasn't speaking to him, did he think?
That was such a great question. Tell us more.
Tick would just kind of, lean left, just kind of look behind her as the two random giant people answered for Tick.
I would like to just barely from the corner of my eye notice this rat and kind of like jump a little bit and be like, "What? Who are you?"
Name's Tick.
Well, hello, Zick. Tick. Is it Tick or Zick?
Hello. It's Tick. T-S-I-K.
That did
Tick.
not help. Okay. T-S-I-K. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Tick.
Oh. Is this one of your friends, Furnace?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Well, Tick,
Okay.
it's a pleasure to meet you. As I reach a long arm down to shake your hand.
Tick just kind of like it looks like Tick would like kind of try to dodge the upcoming hand, but then like very slowly, Tick's entire hand would go around one of your fingers and kind of shake it a little bit.
So, it's not as thick as you'd expect it to as you reach for the finger. It kind of like
2 fingers.
collapses in. Yeah, you have to grab 2.
Mm.
I like to keep my arms kind of like folded on myself as I reach out a wing to do the same thing, since I can reach lower with my wing easier.
Tick just kind of looks around and the wing, trying to figure out what to grab, and he just kind of picks a feather and like pinches it between 2 fingers and kind of shakes it.
So just as a note here, in terms of the current party dynamic, we have 2 people who have become best friends immediately upon meeting each other, and
Of course.
they have abducted another person to be their friend,
No, we're all friends.
who then
Yes.
who then
All
in
of us.
order to try and find an excuse to get away from the first 2, has abducted yet another person to be her friend.
Yes.
Yeah, so we're all
She-
friends.
yeah, so she found a friend for us all. Yeah. She's very nice.
Got it.
No.
We're very fond of her.
So you guys make your way over to where the gnomes have gotten themselves set up. And the gnomes are set up a little bit away from the actual town itself. They are setting up what appears to be a number of different barrels that are all just kind of like scattered about as they are moving back and forth and kind of using step stools to get into the barrels and start like pouring various different bits of powders into them bit by bit, and kind of doing some measurements before putting them in. When you guys arrive, they kind of glance to all of you, including Zeke being taller than them, but some of you being much taller than them. And one of them kind of turns and wipes his hands on a cloth of the various different materials that he's been working with.
Oh, well, hello there. An absolute pleasure to meet all of you. What brings you our way? We're not exactly set up as a stall here.
Would I know any of them?
Let's see.
Even
High
if
or
it's
low?
like, hi.
Yeah. You would probably know really the one that you're speaking to right now. This guy's name is Fliplick. Let's call
Flitlick?
him Smoke Powder, yes.
What would the proper way of respectfully addressing him be? Mr. Smoke Powder?
Yes, that would
Master?
work.
Craftsman?
Master Smoke Powder would be good.
Master Smoke Powder. I actually have somebody here, Zick. He has a interesting gun that he was trying to get more information on, and unfortunately, my master doesn't was not able to help. We were hoping that you would know more.
Well, I wouldn't imagine that he would know very much. Guns aren't exactly the dwarf's specialty. I mean, when it comes to blasting, that's where you come to us. So it makes complete sense. Granted, of course, I would always go to him if I ever had a blade or perhaps a sheet of metal that I required some analysis for. So, please let me take a look at this particular gun of yours. Is it a musket, a flintlock pistol, or perhaps a little bit of an alteration?
Tick would kind of like, without saying a word, come forward, lift the musket on the table, and then, as a smoke barrel, right?
Smoke powder.
Smoke powder would like try and reach out for the musket. Tick would like kind of put his hand back on the musket, like, not that one, and then takes out the big ass clothed weapon from his back and unravels it and presents it.
He takes it in his hands. You undo the cloth so that he can actually take a good look at it. Okay. He takes it in his hands and starts like holding it and kind of lifting it up and down, testing its heft and such.
Okay, let's see here. We certainly have ourselves something a little bit, out of the ordinary. This is a custom job for certain. Where'd you get it exactly?
It was my father's rifle.
Seems to be an alteration on the Eldritch cannon design. Not exactly actually made the same way that most guns are. It doesn't use gunpowder or bullets or things like that, at least not in the usual sense. Essentially, they're kind of made in a way to feed on, very specific types of energy charges before they are able to be utilized, and usually only for very short periods of time before they become, somewhat inert. Getting, something that will allow for this thing to work is, a bit difficult. But the basic idea is that when it's fully charged correctly, you can kind of make a bit of an, how to put it, a big boom of sorts that is reminiscent of various different spells that perhaps your average mage might know.
I never actually saw it in use. Father never let me see it in use, honestly.
Wouldn't be a good idea to use it in most instances, especially indoors or underground or really any place in which there's a possibility of breaking things. These tend to be quite wild.
Thank you very much.
Tick would kind of like try and scribble things into his little notepad that he always carries with him. Possible information about the weapon or his father. Whenever he can.
How, Furnace would look, I would like to say she's like hunkered down. She's like sitting, she's kind of on her haunches so that she's closer to the gnome's height. So she could like be part of the conversation. Really,
Still taller, but yeah.
As she's going to ask curiously, like, how difficult would it be to get it operational again?
The unfortunate thing is that a custom job like this requires the original crafter, or at the very least their blueprints, if you were to actually get a good idea. I mean, these things are very unstable. If you use the wrong power source, or if you alter it in any particular fashion, you risk just blowing the thing up.
Can I search for crafter's mark?
So you're saying Tick should not try to tinker with it?
Oh, you've already been doing that?
For a couple of months now.
Well, it's probably inert at the moment, so tinkering with it probably won't hurt anything, but in that particular sense, it's going to be very difficult to actually find a way to restore it back to how it was, if you've already been altering it in any particular sense.
I never found any holes for bullets or pockets for gunpowder, so tried looking inside and found nothing, put it back together as it was.
Even if you did find the original craftsman, then it would probably be difficult to determine, how to fix it. They would probably require a lot in terms of knowing exactly what sort of alterations you've made and things like that. It would take quite a bit of time. And you don't know who the original craftsman is?
No, every time I was always asked about the weapon, Father would get silent. I never got anything out of him regarding the weapon.
Would I be able to identify a crafter's mark?
You
Been
might
anywhere?
be able to if there was one, but I'm going to go ahead and say that it's likely not visible at the moment. And correct me, and I'm taking some liberties here. Correct me if I'm wrong, Zeke, but I think that perhaps because of the sort of secretive nature of this particular weapon, your father may have insisted on it not being identifiable or traced back to the person who made it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Tick's father was known to not do the most ethical of jobs. Henceforth, the powerful weapon.
Now, I can't find any particular way to identify this or who exactly made it. Now, that isn't to say that if I had perhaps a decent amount of time to examine it, I might be able to come up with some basic ideas in terms of region or training and things like that. Every time someone makes something, they always leave a part of themselves in it, whether they intend to or not. It's part of the art of craft itself. But I imagine you're not going to want to just leave that with me for a month. I'm also not going to be here for that long, so you'd have to follow me back to Ironstone, and I'm not entirely certain what all you're planning on doing. But I do know of somebody who is much more skilled in this very particular type of artificing, at the very least. If you wouldn't mind making a little bit of a trip, anyway.
No, absolutely. Any part of information would be of insurmountable help for Tick.
Master Otto in Riverdam Raft. He is perhaps one of the best that I've ever had the pleasure of conversing with, even through distance. He is what I would call proficient in this particular type of artificing, and many others indeed as well.
Master Otto. Artificer. I will try to find him.
Only halfling I've ever seen who's capable of this sorts of craftsmanship.
Thank you very much. This weapon means a lot to me. It's the last and only thing I have of my father anymore.
I'd like to look down at him, like with kind of sad eyes, and be like, "Little one, what happened to your father?"
Tick doesn't know. Presumably dead. Wouldn't leave his rifle back home if he wasn't.
He just left for milk one day and didn't return?
It's like I said, Tick doesn't have that information.
Tick kind of would like look down, the little glint from his black eyes just kind of slowly fading away as he keeps on talking about his father.
I'd like to take a wing and kind of like put it on his shoulder and be like, well, if there's anything that we can do, we're here to help.
Thank you very much, large winged man.
And I kind of like look to Furnace and Isaac, or to Jack, and are just like, right?
Ernest is going to say, I would be very interested in seeing that gun fired again.
There's always a story to be had,
I
especially one with
personally-
loss.
Tick would kind of like just shake a little bit with a shaky voice.
Thank you.
I specifically am interested in watching the gun being fired by him specifically.
To be fair, do remember that Tick's father is not exactly too much bigger than him, and he was the one operating this thing.
I just can't help but think about like the noisy cricket from Men in Black.
Oh right, yeah, the tiniest fucking thing with the loudest and biggest boom.
And I just see Tick flying back. Ah! Where's
Well, there's so much to the carnival, much to the festival to be had, and I heard there was a carnival outside of town.
Indeed. If you would all like to entertain yourselves in whatever fashion you'd like, we're actually setting up a bit of a fireworks display for this evening.
Ooh.
Chick would love a little bit of peace and quiet.
My people are very familiar with fireworks. I'd love to go see them. It reminds me of my childhood.
They are they? Are they usual gunpowder enthusiasts?
Yes, it's very common. I mean, isn't that like an Asian thing? Yeah. Fireworks, I think.
I mean, they did invent them, yes.
Yeah. I don't know what accelerant they use, but I'm gonna assume gunpowder or whatever.
Speaking of guns and such, would you people have bullets for sale, possibly? What would be the price range for them?
What, like regular bullets for a musket and the like?
For my musket, yes.
Oh, yeah, I certainly can probably dig something up here.
Traveling light nowadays, so might
Let's
never know when
see.
to need some.
They come in packs. Are you okay with buying them in packs?
That depends on how much they cost.
Well, it's going to cost you 3 gold for a bag.
Oh, okay, yeah. Damn rip-offs.
Tick just kind of like reminds of himself how somebody absolutely robbed him blind for some bullets.
So, yeah, three gold for 1 pack of bullet. How much is in a pack?
10. They are all
10.
very specifically crafted in order to be able to be used. Muskets and the like do not actually work terribly well with the regular stones and things like that. So the actual working of these things is a fairly intricate and very difficult process. Most of the dwarves don't even participate in the creation of them, mostly because they don't use guns and the like themselves. So it's almost entirely gnomish practice.
Oh, yeah. No, that's great. I'll take 2 packs.
Very good. 2 packs of bullets for you to enjoy with your musket.
6 gold remove.
And 20 bullets added.
40. There we go. Hell yeah.
Let's see. So, in terms of, Jack, you mentioned that there is a bit of a carnival being done at the moment, and you guys are actually not terribly far from it. You can kind of see from where you guys are this interesting set of various different stalls that have been set up, but the stalls here are colored quite differently. With various bits of red and blue and white, just kind of like offsetting the more heavy and dark colors of the of Conquer and its various streamings. So there's definitely that going on, as well as what appears to be a very large, big tent that is set up as well, nice and circular. There are a decent amount of people who are kind of like just traversing around the area, enjoying the various games and such that are on display.
This has to be a place that they'll enjoy my music.
What kind of games are there?
There's a decent amount, actually. One of the first ones that you come across, you don't necessarily see it initially in terms of what exactly it is that they're doing. What you do notice when you're kind of approaching is that it appears there are a number of people who are throwing what appears to be rings near the center of a very large square. And when you get a little bit closer, you notice what it is that they're trying to put a ring around. The creature itself is somewhat small, very dexterous, and very quick, able to stay away from basically all of the people who are trying to throw rings. But the creature, it's very clear exactly what it is that they're trying to throw a ring around as you look at it. This small, bunny-like creature with a horn on its head.
Aww.
Oh, what is that called? A jackalope?
Kind of. These are
A
not
rabbit
quite
horn.
the same. These are called.
No,
these are referred to as all mirages.
Jackalopes have antlers, not a unicorn horn.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Al
that's right.
Mirage. Ooh. Oh my god, it's adorable!
We must have it. How much for the All Mirage?
The person running the tent gives a little bit of a chuckle. We don't sell the actual creature here, my friend. You can definitely toss some rings around it if that's what you'd like to do. We have a great number of different potential prizes for you if you do manage to accomplish it. But the thing's fast, so it's not easy.
I like to look over at my new little rat friend and be like, what do you think of this game? Is this something you are proficient for?
What, toss a ring around the horn?
Yeah. Aren't
Oh.
you like our little, you kind of specialize in aiming and stuff?
Yeah, but usually that ends in complete other scenarios that I would not like to get into. This might be a bit hard since, well, the victim expects it and also moves erratically constantly.
I see.
What kind of prizes do they have?
They have a number of different stuffed animals at the moment, as well as what appears to be a mixed bag that one can potentially stick their hand into and try and pick out a prize. It's a mystery bag of sorts. It seems.
A stuffed animal?
Tick.
How much to play?
It is 1 silver for.
Are there any rat stuffed animals?
Per attempt? Yes.
You said
Yes!
silver
Yes!
for how many attempts?
For 1 silver per attempt.
Okay, done. I want a stuffed
Okay.
animal.
Would Big Bird like for Tick to try?
Yes.
Alright.
Unless you don't feel comfortable.
No, I can try. It's just tossing a ring in it.
Yes. Actually, I shall spend 2 silver. You and I both shall try, little rat.
Alright.
What do we do?
Wait, you're leaving me and Furnace out?
Furnace is not going to be left out. She is going to produce a silver from her meager coin purse, and she is going to play as well. She is leaving Jack out.
Precisely, we are going to join you, and I will buy my own ring.
All right.
I knew Furnace was fun. She's just a little prickly.
So the All Mirage ring toss. You guys procedurally place some silver on the counter to get yourself a ring to try and toss it onto the All Mirage. For each of you who is going to be making the attempt, I will require a dexterity check.
A dexterity check.
Yes.
No. All right.
Do I get to add half my proficiency?
Hell yeah!
No. This is just a base dexterity check.
Cool.
22.
Interesting.
Bruh.
15.
Damn.
Okay.
Sick.
Ain't no
I
way.
thought you'd be good at this, dude.
That's super interesting. Jack, Rye, and Furnace all managed to land some rings around the Al Mirage, but Zeke does not.
Wait, okay,
I like to take
hold
my
on. He was
wings
rolling
and
a
bring 'em
save. He was rolling a save.
Well, the save is
Oh.
probably higher, honestly, than the.
It
Yeah.
is. It's a lot
It
higher.
is. It's too higher than the.
It would
actual,
be
but-
it would be 8 in that
Yeah, it would
case.
be an
Yeah,
8, yeah.
I rolled a fucking wrong.
I like to
my bad.
open my wings very, very wide and do kind of like a come at me, bro motion with my wings. Slowly turning left and right.
The Amirage does notice you guys like rearing up to try and start throwing rings around it, and just kind of like it puts its head down a little bit and rears its hind legs back and starts to kind of like wiggle its butt a little bit as it's like anticipating rings being tossed in its general direction as it's looking at you and twitching its nose.
You will not best me, small animal.
We made it onto its horn already, right?
You did. You guys managed to toss your rings, and with the exception of Seek, each of you do manage it. Though Furnace just barely manages to kind of like catch it just on the tip of the ring before it rolls around down on its head.
I'd
And you
like
see these little rings like now resting on its head as it starts to try and shake them off.
to put another
I,
silver.
I
down.
hype, I hype Furnace up like it was the most edge pulling moment of the day.
I'd like to put another silver down and say to Little Tick, nobody saw that one. Try again.
Tick's used to hitting people who don't move anyway.
Try again. Try again.
Wait, again? Okay,
Yes, try again.
You're being paid for to try again. So
That's great. So that's a 10 again.
yeah.
You know what? Maybe this isn't your game.
Like I said, the ones that don't move.
It's okay. So, what kind of stuffed animals are there?
Wide variety. You've got elks, you've got bears, you've got rats, you've got beavers, you've got capybaras, you've got so very many different types.
I
of
very
stuffed
much
animals.
would love a capybara. Reminds me of home.
And you will receive yourself a stuffed capybara that fits right neatly underneath your arm.
Hell yeah.
Are there any like super small ones?
There are ones that are meant to be kind of like placed on keychains.
Yeah.
So yeah, there are, you can find one like that.
I'm gonna take one and I'm gonna grab it, and I'm gonna stuff it in my hood
Okay.
and just hide it there.
Any particular one you were looking for?
It's a rat.
A rat. Got it.
I was gonna say, Furnace is also going to get a rat, and she is going to. Can I use my Channel Divinity, Artisan's Blessing, to take basically a piece of just random bits of metal that she has in her pocket and make a very crude copy of the gun that Tick has. It's not functional and it's not useful. It looks pretty bad, but it's sort of gun-shaped, maybe, if you squint.
Yeah, I'm fine with you using it for that. It does take you a little bit of time to do so, so you can kind of do so over the course of maybe while you guys are walking around the carnival here, but eventually you will be managing to create kind of a gun-like appendage for the little stuffed rat to be able to carry
Excellent.
around and to attach. To it.
Excellent. And once she's finished, she's going to tie it to the stuffed rat, and she's going to give it to Tick.
And she goes, "Look, little one, it's you."
Oh my god, little Tick!
I'd like to
Tick Junior.
I like to look at the Little Tick and then look back at my capybara and then look at the store guy and throw the capybara at the guy and say, "No, I want one of those."
Look, man, I don't have the little guns to put on them. That's not a thing we have.
That's fine. I want the rat.
He hands you the rat.
Thank you.
Tick just kind of looks at the store owner and is like,
Sorry for the trouble.
It's whatever.
ugh. This is a lot of commotion for Tick, so Tick just kind of accepts the little Tick, just kind of keeps it under his cloak and puts the hood back up to kind of not stand out so much.
There are a wide variety of other things going on here. It appears there is a kind of, for one, there's the big tent itself that has probably a lot of different stuff going on in there. But there is a wide open area. There appears to be a person who is dressed in probably the most fanciful magical gear that you can imagine, kind of like a very stereotypical like mage with a big old pointy hat that has stars going down it, a wide cloak that's billowing around him as he's waving a wand in front of himself. And you see what appears to be a very large image of a cyclops sitting on a chair, looking very intensely downwards at nothing.
I want to go examine it.
Aren't these things huge?
They are.
Like bigger than us, right?
Yes, cyclopses are like, on average, I want to say like 15, 16 feet tall.
Holy fuck.
What's it staring at?
Nothing at the moment. There is, however, a chair in front of it.
I'm gonna stare at the chair and see what it does.
The man waving his wand about says, "I see my Cyclops has gotten your attention. Well, if you would like, you may pay a small stipend and try to outstare the Cyclops. And if you manage, you may have a prize."
What kind of prize?
Well, that is a magical secret, my friend. But you will not be disappointed, I promise.
I like to walk up next to the bard and be like, "Do it. I got you, bro."
I sit at the chair, and I meet the Cyclops' gaze.
The Cyclops' eye moves up to look at you.
I step behind them and I take out my wings and I act like I sneeze, and my big wings kind of shoot a big thing of gust from behind the bard toward the Cyclops.
So you begin your staring contest with the Cyclops. The gust of wind is from the wings are spread towards it. However, the Cyclops is an image, not a real Cyclops, it seems. So trying to force it to blink by surprising it does not appear to have any particular effect.
Okay, this is obviously bullshit then, right?
Not quite. Jack, why don't you go ahead and make me a Constitution save on being able to outstare the Cyclops?
Do I need to?
Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, actually, technically. No, you don't. So, after a bit of time, the mage, continuing to wave his hand in the air, starts getting a little bit tired with his arms. He's like, "Whew, this thing is supposed to tell me when you blink."
Oh, it will.
Okay.
You know, it took me a second to realize why he asked you if he needs to. Now I realize why.
Can Tick make an investigation or a perception check to, like, kind of figure out what the hell's going on?
Sure, you can.
Which one do you want?
Investigation versus a deception roll from Jack.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Can
Uh-oh.
Furnace at the same time try to sabotage Jack?
19.
You can try. How would you manage to do so?
She doesn't know. She's thinking about trying to scare him. Hopefully that'll work. She's not good at this, but she's kind of, you know, he's annoyed her. This is a little bit of friendly
payback.
well, you know, a little bit of payback. Exactly, a little bit of payback. She thinks she deserves it. She is going to. I'm trying to see what spells I have. Do I have anything that could
Sick definitely won his investigation check.
Yes, he did. So Sick, you notice Jack doesn't have regular eyeballs. In fact, he doesn't have eyeballs, from what you can tell. You look very deeply as you're into kind of his quote unquote mask, and yeah, you're starting to get to the point where you're wondering if that's a mask.
Tick, I'm assuming Jack would notice from below him. Tick would just kind of like squint his beady black eyes at him, look down on his notepad, and start scribbling.
I'm staring at the Cyclops. Quit staring at me. I'm busy.
All right.
Furnace is going to simply try making a very loud noise behind Jack by dropping a bunch of cowbells onto the ground.
Cowbells? Okay.
Yeah, something loud. Yeah, something like just a bunch of like metal shrapnel that she goes, "Oh no, my metal shrapnel's fallen out of my pocket. However could this happen?"
Okay.
Just something to make a very loud noise.
Tick would immediately sneak into the best hidey hole he could find. Like, immediately scatter.
Jack,
Oh no, my pocket full of shrapnel.
so
My pocket shrapnel.
the roll for concentration is usually also Constitution, and
Cool.
the notion here isn't whether or not it would make you blink, but more or not whether or not it would make you look away from the Cyclops. So
11.
an 11 for a basic distraction of just dropping a bunch of loud things behind you. I'd say a DC on that would probably be 10. So I think you're good. I think it startles you slightly, but not enough that you actually break your gaze from the from the Cyclops. But eventually, the mage kind of like puts his hand down as he's like, I need to rest my arm, as the illusion of the Cyclops then fades, and he goes, okay, it appears that you have beaten the Cyclops, so you can be free, as he takes out what appears to be a magical bag of sorts and holds it out to you. Dig a hand in and pick one thing out.
I will pick a thing.
The
The first thing that my hand touches.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can you roll me a 1d8, please?
Five.
Okay. All right. You pick out what appears to be a unicorn horn.
Oh,
At least,
shit.
that's what it seems like it is at first. When you realize that it's hollow and it's got a cap on it, and when you unscrew the cap, you see that it is filled with candy.
Sweet.
Literally.
Yes, that is well, for legal purposes, I need to call it a replica unicorn horn. So, hope you enjoy your candies and your prize. I'm going to rest my arm for the next little while.
I will cherish it. I've earned this. And he's gonna stick it in his bag.
Meanwhile, Furnace is still picking up her pocket shrapnel.
Really, Furnace, you're quite clumsy, and I'm gonna help her pick up her pocket shrapnel. You almost scared me.
I see. I will have to be more, judicious in the future.
Of course. By the way, if you were a vegetable, what kind of vegetable would you be?
Sweet corn.
Hmm.
Why? What kind of vegetable would you... Why are you asking me about what kind of vegetable I would be? Pick up the shrapnel!
just a question I had. I needed to know the answer. Sweet corn is the answer. And then I will continue picking up the shrapnel.
All of you would notice that Tick is nowhere to be seen.
Or would none of us
Can I do a
notice?
perception check?
You can try to versus Tick's stealth, I would say.
I was about to roll a physical dice. Give me a second.
Bro, I'm
Wait.
upset.
We have to
My
roll
rolls are
perception, right?
dog.
If you're trained in it, yes.
12.
19.
Okay.
13.
Well, considering Tick's stealth was a 12, y'all see him underneath what appears to be the bench that the wizard uses, the wizard man uses to when he's resting himself, when he's sitting down. Tick has found himself underneath there.
It seems Tick has some improvements to do.
Why are you trying to hide?
That was a very loud fucking sound.
You know what? You are right. It almost spooked me away from the Cyclops' gaze.
I have very good ears. There's a reason they're fucking big.
You can see Furnace immediately feeling the regret and the shame of what she's done, and she's like, I'm very sorry, Tick. That was very rude of me. I did not mean to startle you. I was trying to, you know.
It's okay, I get it. It would have been funny.
Tick just kind of like moseys on out of the wizard's under the wizard's bench through the wizard's robes. I'm assuming if he's resting his hand.
Sorry.
Scared the heck out of me, boy.
My bad. Loud sound. Good ears. Not a good combination.
There's quite a little bit of raucous laughter coming by one of the other nearby games. What appears to be a mud pit of sorts. There is, from what you can tell, a number of people kind of gathered around cheering on a fellow who has found himself pinned down by a couple of goblins, as an announcer says, and we have another who has fallen to the goblins, unfortunately. Terribly sorry about that one, my friend. You may feel free to pay to try again if you would like, or you can wait until the next person goes by. Maybe they'll get tired after some point.
Does this man need a wisdom save for vicious mockery? Damn!
But it appears that this particular stall is set up for one to wrestle with some goblins in mud.
Mud wrestling.
Indeed.
A noble sport where I came from originally.
You should go wrestle the goblins. I bet you could take them.
Yeah, you're gonna wrestle the goblins?
I did not say I participated in said noble sport. I said it was a noble sport. I am appreciating the finesse and skill it requires to wrestle in such a substance.
Yeah,
I
you'd
want
make
to
a
wrestle
goblin
with the
smoothie
goblins.
out there.
No, she doesn't have the finesse.
I want to wrestle with the goblins.
I shall join you.
Your
No, I've got this.
Really? Mud wrestling with your feathers?
I've got this.
Alright, Tick has to see this shit.
We just have
Now,
to stay
ladies and
inside of
gentlemen.
the. We just have to
Only-
stay inside of the ring, correct?
Only one person at a time may wrestle the goblins.
I'm gonna pull out the candy horn and offer some to Tick.
Thank you.
Tick just kind of like takes a single piece and just kind of like you know how hamsters eat shit with both of their hands, just kind of like
Yep.
Furnace will whirl on Coco and be like, I'll rock, paper, scissors you for it. I want to go first.
Rochambeau, let's go.
Hey, real quick, I had to take a call from my daughter going to bed. What exactly is happening right now with the goblins?
Rock, paper, scissors. I'm going first.
You can't both wrestle the goblins at the same time. It's got to be one at a time.
Why are these goblins here for wrestling?
Yes.
for the funny.
Specifically for wrestling.
That's it?
They
That's
are here
it
to
wasn't
wrestle.
like it- there's
That
not-
is why they are here, yes.
Oh, okay.
Wrestling ring spectacle.
It's a carnival game.
I'll take winner then.
Wait, that means
Ooh. Ooh, spicy! I like that.
All right, you have yourself a deal. As she is going to remove any important religious adornments as well as her pack, and she is going to step into the ring. How much does it cost to wrestle the goblins?
It costs 1 silver, same as the rest of the games.
I'm gonna give you bardic inspiration.
As a note, equivalently speaking, 1 silver is kind of like, at least as we would see it, like $10 is essentially what it is.
All right, she'll take out a silver and she will hand it over and she will wrestle some goblins.
Sounds good.
I'm playing the most badass fight music ever.
What does bardic inspiration do again? It's been a hot minute.
So you can add an extra D6 to one ability check, attack roll, or saving throw.
All right, let's fucking go.
All right.
Dear Lord.
You slip into the ring, and you begin to you rub your hands together. The goblins. There's 2 goblins that you have to pin because they are very small and they have not a great ability to pin people of higher size than them. But 2 makes it nice and even. And you begin to ready yourself. I require an athletics check.
Athletics check. Right, of course. Something that I'm good at. Haha.
You are proficient in it.
Yeah, so am I.
Can I add my bardic inspiration?
You can.
Wait, I'm proficient in athletics. Can I assist on that?
I thought
No.
this was a dexterous thing
No.
you said.
Damn
No.
it. I got a 9.
Got a 9. Let me look at the goblins. They, because there's 2 of them, they roll with advantage, and they got a 16.
Yeah.
So, Vernus, you keep trying to grab onto these things, and these guys are way too slippery. They've been wrestling in this mud for a little while now.
They're very small, okay, and I'm very big.
You keep trying to grab a hold of them, and they start laughing at you as they start getting behind you,
laugh
running in
at me.
circles around you. One of them starts crawling up on your back. You try to grab at him, and then the other one kind of like shoves you in the knees, forcing you kind of like to fall flat on your face as they then roll you over and get on top of you and start waving their hands around. As the announcer starts going off. Oh, and unfortunately, our lovely giantess has also been toppled by the goblins. Can anyone stop this terror of a duo?
I shall.
She is going to get up, scoop as much mud as she can off of her face and out of her hair, and she's going to walk over, and as she walks over towards Coco, she's going to give him guidance.
Don't worry, lass. I will get them.
Okay, you spend your silver. Get on in there.
I have a
Goblins
question.
in. Yes.
Could I do acrobatics because it's more my style?
It's supposed to be an athletics contest. Acrobatics is how you get away from people when they're trying to grab a hold of you, but it doesn't really help you in terms of, pinning them. You know what I'm
But
saying?
what if I do it to avoid them and then kind of make them run into each other and stuff like that? Because it's kind of like my Asian way, right? Like, move like water.
My ninja way.
Well,
It's my ninja way.
If the contest were specifically about just avoiding them for a period of time, then maybe, but it's really not. So I'm gonna have to say athletics is necessary on this one. But you do have guidance.
What is guidance? How does that work again?
Gives
It's
you an
a
extra die
plus
4
1d4.
onto your roll.
Right.
You don't remember? You've already forgotten Torlag giving you guidance on everything.
Yeah, I forgot.
I'm disappointed.
All right, athletics. So the way I do this is basically I want to kind of like have my arms somewhat folded, but I'm using my wings. So like a lot of their feet are getting stuck, but I have my wings to kind of like be able to like brush me side to side, you know, that
Mhm.
other people don't really have.
Fair enough.
Okay. Jesus. Okay. I thought that was a 1. It's a 7. Well, it's a 10. Do I even
also
need
add
to
a
do
1d4?
this?
I mean,
It's
you
a
went in there.
11. Ooh.
Wow.
Ooh.
Wait,
Excellent!
Wow.
Ooh. That was a
Oh,
9?
sorry. I did roll them at disadvantage instead of advantage, but it's still a 6 and a 5. So,
My God.
Ah,
yeah, it does appear that
Aha!
they are unused to dealing with someone who is utilizing wings in any one particular sense. And even though the mud is starting to like cover your wings, it just makes the fluttering of your wings like splatter various bits of mud in their faces, which kind of gets in their way as they start like backing away from you, but not able to kind of really get close to you as you continue to kind of just splash them with mud by fluttering your wings in their faces. And after they're sufficiently distracted, you manage to kind of grapple a hold of them by just kind of like bringing your wings around them, preventing them from being able to go anywhere, and then just kind of going to the ground with them. And as you kind of engulf the both of them in your wingspan and bring them down to the ground, the announcer goes, "Oh, look at that! I guess those two were rats because they just got ate up by that owl."
I would like to say that Ernest is like on the railing, hollering support. She is all for this. She lost all decorum. She is so into this fight.
I'd like
Cheering
to put
wildly.
a really big finger toward Furnace and be like, "That was for you!" And then do like one of those like Power Man, like kind of flexing my wings left and right, kind of like doing,
Start doing the Hulk Hogan fucking Macho Man Randy Savage shit.
And then I'd like to flap
hell
my
yeah.
wings
She-
and then
she
like
fucking
step on
loves
the
this.
goblins' heads to get out.
When you step out, the announcer comes over to you and gives you a kind of a clap on your now muddy shoulder. "Good job there, big guy," as he hands you what appears to be a wine bottle. That right there is a special kind of wine. For one, it's bioluminescent. So, in case you ever need a little bit of help getting around during the night, which, considering you're an owl, I don't imagine you do, then you can go ahead and use the bottle as a bit of a flashlight of sorts. But outside of that, tastes goddamn great.
Interesting. I'd like to look at my group and be like, "Any of you not have dark vision?"
Furnace doesn't have dark vision.
And I'd be like, "I really did
Jack.
do this for you." And then I kind of bow and then give her the wine.
Jack will raise his hand as well.
I mean, then I look really
Jill-
puzzled, and it was like, "Oh, but Jack really needs it, and he's the coolest. You guys should rock paper
As-
scissors for it."
Eyes narrow, turns to Jack.
Fine. Rock, paper, scissors it is.
The hand comes up and it's ready.
All right. I want both of you to whisper me your choice in rock, paper, scissors over Discord here.
Rochambeau it is. The music for rock paper scissors.
You both bring your hands up and immediately 1, 2, 3, and it appears that Jack has properly predicted Furnace as Furnace's fist lands on her hand doing rock, and Jack flattens his hand at the same time for paper.
And then I kind of like, I let out.
I'm gonna
like,
grab her
"Yes!"
hand. I'm gonna grab her hand and be like, "Ha ha! Paper beats rock!" And the crowd goes wild. Woo!
I just say, "I'm sorry, my dear," and then hand it to Jack.
I must honor the rules of Rochambeau.
No. She does. She nods and she says, "No, I understand. This is a sacred game, and we cannot go against the victor of rock paper scissors. It is all right."
You know it's a liquid, right? You can just put it in flasks.
That's true.
I could do that with my bottle of wine.
What's next?
Well, in terms of other games that you see, there is one that is a little bit strange to notice in today's day and age. One thing that is fairly commonplace to know here in Orden for just about anybody, no matter who they are and where they come from, is that dragons don't exist anymore. They haven't for the past couple of thousand years, at the very least. Ever since Orden was first founded, it was founded as a result of the fact that the dragons had all disappeared in some fashion. However, there is a type of dragon that is still around, it seems, because you are seeing that there is one that is currently floating around inside of what appears to be a large ring that's been set up. And apparently people are attempting to try and catch it.
Okay. This is your game, Furnace.
Is it?
You cannot catch the littles, but maybe you can catch the bigs.
No, that is not a big one. This is a small dragon. This is...
it's still a dragon. It's got to be deep, like not that small. I mean,
Oh, it's cat size.
God
It's
damn
baby.
it!
It's a little tiny dragon. Imagine that as basically a twig that it's sitting on top of.
okay.
It's just a little guy.
This is a little guy. However, at various different times, while people are trying to chase this thing down, it actually ends up breathing out what appears to be a violet mist in their faces. And when this happens, they seem to just kind of stand there with a big dumbstruck smile on their faces as the dragon just kind of like swirls around them and kind of almost in a taunting fashion.
Well-
Usually I play elves, so I'd be immune to charm, but fuck.
It's
Well,
not
this is
silver
not
to try?
Furnace's game. Is it still? Yeah, is it still a silver
I
to try?
am the winged
It is
man.
indeed. It is indeed a silver to try.
I mean, to catch a flying beast, this should be my thing.
I'm just gonna eat some candy and watch.
Sounds good.
Are you
I'm
you
going
don't want
to
to try
pick mud.
Furnace? You've lost twice in a row
I'm-
now. This is your
I'm
chance.
aware I've lost twice in a row. I know. You don't have to. Don't have to tell me. Don't have to remind me. You know what? No, I am going to. Oh, what the hell? I'm going to try. Who am I
Alright.
kidding?
Furnace, you
Yes.
put yourself in this little ring with the little fairy dragon, and you begin to try and chase it down. It is at the very least polite enough not to just simply fly out of your reach and then just kind of like taunt you. Instead, it kind of keeps nice and level with you, and as you get close, it blows out a puff of violet smoke in your direction. I am going to require you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
16.
All right. You feel for but a moment the effects of this smoke on you, but as it attempts to kind of like relax your muscles and make you feel this state of euphoria, you kind of burn through it entirely and maintain your focus as you manage to reach forward. The creature, somewhat taken off guard by the fact that you managed to resist its enchanting smoke, isn't able to get out of the way in time as you nab it by its tail.
Yes!
Excellent. I have caught many a cat by its tail as well. I am very good at this.
Yes, that's our friend!
Huzzah!
Huzzah!
The various different people begin to clap in response to your success as another object is brought over to you, Furnace. It appears to be a very small bag as the rather portly gentleman in a top hat that brings it over to you, gestures for it. This right here, my dear, is a bag of what is known as pixie dust.
She is going to take it with a little grateful bow. She is going to gently release the dragon and, wipe some of the more of the mud off her face. And she says, "Thank you very much. It was very fun. Absolutely thrilling."
Well, if you want a good thrill, go ahead and sprinkle that little packet over, and you'll be able to fly for a good solid minute.
Oh,
Just like that little dragon.
Oh, that's way better than the other thing.
It's a one-use thing, though. That's the thing.
But that's fine.
so's
We're
the
going
wine,
to
right?
We're gonna make Tick fly.
Well, in terms of having it used as like a sort of pseudo lamp, that can be used more or less indefinitely. But
We're gonna make Tick fly, guys. Come on, it's gonna be great.
I'm not gonna lie, I like having my feet on the ground.
Ooh, be like Black Widow or whatever from that one video game.
Yeah, it'll be great.
yeah, that one thing where they did the thing, it'll be just like that.
You know what? That's all the information I got. Yeah, thank you, Toby. I knew somebody would get it.
Oh, fuck.
So did we keep the dragon?
No, you don't keep the dragon.
How much for the dragon?
Of course. No, we're not
dragon
keeping.
not for sale.
The dragon is a
Oh,
sentient
if it
being. We're not
was
keeping
for
another
sale.
sentient being. Don't be ridiculous.
You don't want to have
What do you mean
dragon
another?
part of our group?
What is that supposed to mean, Tick?
Nah, I'm just fucking with you.
Like I took a D4 psychic damage right there.
There are some other small games that are kind of out and about. Many of them are actually much more traditional things that you might find at a regular carnival as well. You know, the simple, darts games, or just kind of like trying to pop balloons or things like that. But none of the rest are like particularly interesting in terms of something that can be that you can't get anywhere else, like some of the rest of these have been. After you guys have had a decent amount of time just kind of like just enjoying the carnival together as a group of friends, you see that the sun has started to go down a little bit in the time that you have been kind of just out here messing about and enjoying yourselves. And sorry, I just got work text real quick. I'm just going to answer that.
Yeesh. Ooh. So apparently the tallest rat folk are at maximum 4 feet tall. So apparently I'm 3'5".
Ooh.
He's so
I'm
tiny.
even more smaller than I thought.
Your head is at my crotch.
Shut the fuck up. Don't ever say that shit again to me. You're fucking weird for that one.
If you want, you can sit on my shoulders. You will be taller from up there.
It ticks good in the ground.
I'll take you
Thank
up
you,
on
though.
I
that.
see. No.
I'm very light.
I don't want you on my shoulders.
Just no.
Can I sit on your shoulders?
You can sit on my
You can sit-
shoulders, Jack.
You know, I'm a lot lighter than I look.
I have wings. It's like helium.
You make my voice a high pitch?
You know what? If the need arises, I will take you up on that offer. But for now, I'd like to keep my feet on the ground.
Very well, little one. I will respect that.
Thank you.
All right. Sorry about that. So, like I said, the sun's beginning to set, and you guys are kind of you've worn through a large amount of the sort of more interesting games here at the carnival. And as the sun is kind of beginning to set, you guys have kind of like a signal to potentially make your way back to town. Maybe sit amongst the people as they enjoy the fireworks whenever those are going to start going. And on your way back to Conquer, can everybody make me perception checks?
Absolutely.
Very well.
A dirty 20.
15.
8.
All right. So, Ryko and Furnace, not necessarily noticing, but Zeke and Jack, you both notice that there is somebody who is outside one of the various buildings making up the exterior sort of perimeter here of Conquer. There's somebody on the side of it who appears to be etching something into the side of the building, which in of itself might not necessarily be noteworthy, except for the fact that he's dressed up in a very, suspicious-looking cloak.
I'm gonna go see what he's carving.
Yeah, can Tick try to figure out what he might be carving on the side of the building?
You may. Okay. So, first thing that you would notice is that as you guys get closer, not necessarily Sick, but the Jack, as you start getting closer to him, he seems to notice the both of you and glances in your direction for about a moment. You see that he has a hood up, but he has what appears to be a rather large and ostentatious mask on his face. And his cloak is somewhat strange.
I see a person of culture.
And as he sees all of you, he immediately runs away.
Wait, I like your mask.
Instinct to chase after somebody when they're running away.
I don't know why you're running, but I'm chasing.
Yes,
It's a game of tag now.
absolutely.
No.
Though, as he is in the midst of running, when you guys kind of get over to where he was, you do notice what appears to be the symbol that he's carving into the side of the building.
What is it? What is the symbol?
I'm looking. Hold on.
I see. Give me a second to copy that
Walkity.
down.
Oh god. I'm gonna have
This
to
dude
change
looks
from a
so
notepad.
freaking cool.
I've copied the image.
Wait, don't. I haven't yet.
Well, on your screen, it should just stay up as long as you keep it up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Can I do a investigation or history to see if this is a familiar symbol?
Can I do religion?
Yeah.
So, yes, you may do a history check if you are proficient. Religion will also be account for this.
What if I'm half proficient?
That's fine.
That's some really cool graffiti there. Quite the
That
artist.
looks neat.
I'd say his medium is a little strange, but well, from one artist to another, I can't really critique. No notes.
Unnatural 20.
Nice.
This is the symbol of Adon.
Don't pay attention to that. Fuck you.
Very symmetrical. I like it.
So, Furnace, as you're examining this, there are several different symbolic ways in which to interpret this. The double triangle, kind of in the middle, the one that goes up and the one that goes down, that is as they intersect. This is kind of like a part of the symbol. It kind of translates directly to immortal. The various different circles at the points of the at the bottom 2 points of the bottom triangle and at the top point of the bottom point of the top triangle. These all indicate the various different essences of divinity. The circle around the 2 triangles, that is more or less meant to elicit a greater purpose from outside of that immortality. And then the top circle beneath the sort of diamond is kind of meant to be like unifying. And then the diamond itself is meant to be ascendant. Kind of putting all of these things together, and it's kind of a symbol for a divine immortal creature meant to perform a task that is ascendant to all things.
Oh.
I see. She's going to swiftly scribble the symbol down. Hopefully ask questions with the next religious scholar she runs into. Of course, she's imagining, the one back home. The next one she comes across that has this kind of knowledge.
Tick also would just scribble the mark into his notebook.
So what's this guy doing now?
He left.
He ran away.
We can't chase?
I didn't.
You're investigating the symbol, so
We could have chased, but we
Well,
didn't.
Tick could chase, but we're
No.
investigating the symbol.
Tick will not chase.
I'm just admiring some art. I don't know why you want to chase him down.
Yeah, Tick is not too interested in the masked person right now. Instead, Tick just kind of scribbles into his notepad and draws the mark in there as well, and continues moseying on his way.
Yes.
Would Furnace have seen any symbol like this in her travels ever? I know she hasn't been many places, but would she have ever seen it in Ironstone, Iron Deep? What was it? Iron. I keep wanting to call it Iron Forge.
Not the whole symbol. You have seen a part of it before, as if like additions have been made to it. The diamond at the top with the circle that where the larger circle and diamond meet, that's new. But the rest of it you've seen before. The rest of it is meant to, and I'm giving you this based off of your role. The rest of it is meant to refer to a mythical object known as an alchemist stone, more specifically a philosopher's stone. It's meant to be able to violate all the various different known laws of magic and alchemy and all things that are like scientifically to some degree understood. It's meant to be able to kind of surpass those sorts of things. And be able to accomplish miracles, more or less.
She's unsettled by it, not only because the guy who was drawing it looked suspicious, but also because of all of the other other upsetting religious talk from earlier today. She's just kind of a little on edge still, and so she's unsettled by this, but she doesn't really know why.
So you have to have proficiency in order to like roll into like different things in these situations.
Yes.
I am fucked for every single one of these situations.
You can, in downtime activities, whenever you're like in a city and things like that, and you can find somebody who can like educate you in various things, you can gain proficiency, provided you spend time and money to do so.
So I guess I just want to say, I don't know shit about this. What do you guys think?
I thought it was a very symmetrical piece. I've seen pieces like it in different museums.
It's religious.
Is this like a secret language?
Most art is religious. People are very spiritually tied to their art.
I mean, I am...
She's going to sigh, and she would explain to Coco, who's actually paying attention, sort of, the different things that, you know, she would recognize from it, which symbol means immortal, which symbol means divine, ascendant, unifying. She, you know, points the different symbols and kind of explains her interpretation, or what it's supposed to be interpreted as, all together. And she would say, I've seen symbols similar to it, but not quite put together in this order.
What were they related to?
Odd. What was the exact wording you gave me? I did not write the exact wording down.
A philosopher's stone.
Ah.
Oh.
Capable of altering the various different known laws of thermodynamics, of alchemy, of magic itself, and just doing things that should not be at all possible. It's a mythical object.
So I have a question. I'm going to assume that me being like a student of calligraphy doesn't help me with this at all.
It's not really a calligraphical thing, but I would say that
So no.
because I think you're if you are a student of calligraphy, given your your kind of aesthetic, your upbringing, because you kind of go based off of what happens like in Eastern places, like things like that. Generally speaking, they use like symbology in the way in which they do calligraphy.
Yeah.
So there's a possibility that you might be able to derive something from it.
Is there anything I could roll?
Yeah, I'd say you can roll history.
Jesus Christ. I rolled a 3. I don't know shit.
Never mind then.
Roll.
Certainly doesn't translate to anything that you've seen before.
Alright, so I guess we just kind of keep this in mind and keep on trucking, huh?
But yes, we have fireworks to see and possibly dinner to scrounge up.
You want to take us to dinner?
I did not say I wanted to take you to dinner.
I want to take you to dinner.
Well, I think that we should acquire dinner together, since we have been traveling, we have been hanging out together.
I was speaking to Jack,
spending
just to be
time
clear.
together.
Oh, I know you were. Don't worry.
Okay.
Fine then. I'm going to take my brain just completely void it out. I'm going to take Tick to dinner.
We're all going to dinner
Let's go
together.
find food.
I'm going to take to dinner, but you may, I suppose, come with us.
Yes. If you must. Come along, Tick. We're going to go find food.
Okay. Well, that will bring you guys probably. Well, there's loads of different places in which you can grab food. Considering all the stalls that have been set up. So I guess it's really just a matter of like the types of things that you're into. There certainly is a wide variety that's available, just generally speaking. Thanks to the fact that everybody is kind of from all over Oregon plying their various wares.
Is
I'm
there
gonna find
anywhere?
something exotic.
Actually, is there anywhere we can go that we feel safe showing this symbol to somebody like a librarian or a historian that's in town that we could
We
show and
can-
ask about?
We can do that another night. I'm going to go look for food.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the libraries are closing.
Yes, she's going to go look for
Maybe a bar.
Fruity
Maybe-
Pebbles, a delicacy back where she came from.
Fruity
Fruity
Pebbles.
Pebbles. Are they like rocks
eat
that are
pebbles?
flavored?
Yes.
Do you lick
They're
them?
like rocks. Yes, you eat them.
Is it Goliaths eat rocks?
No, of course we don't eat
Is
rocks.
that
What a silly
why
thing to
you
say.
are the way you are?
What is that supposed to mean?
You have a rocky nothing? Never mind.
Are you sure you don't want to continue that? Go
I'm
on.
just whistling, looking off to the side. Stretching.
Well, she's looking for food.
I want to find Fruity Pebbles.
Well, you may be able to find various different sugary like similarities in terms of the various wares that exist down over here in Conquer. The festivities are certainly starting to ease up as the evening is arriving and people are beginning to take their parties inside rather than outside. But there is still a very decent crowd out here. Though notably, the Emperor and King Halfhammer are no longer outside, it seems. At least their large contingency of guards is no longer in the center of town. It seems that they have positioned themselves near the inn instead.
Curtis is mostly just trying to find food and then find a place to sit for the fireworks.
Not a problem. There's certainly loads of different places to sit, either in the center of town or even just on the outskirts of town, in the grass, where a large amount of people are kind of gathering, since it seems to be a fairly, I suppose, convenient place for them to gather.
Is it possible for me to lift up Furnace with my wings?
Probably not.
How much
Let's
do you
see.
weigh?
Let me.
You don't ask a woman that question.
That is true.
What? I mean, you don't ask a lady that question.
Are you implying that she's not a lady?
I'm saying she is a woman.
Yeah, she weighs 300 pounds.
You weigh a lot more than I do.
And yeah, that would be beyond your carrying capacity there, Rye.
Yeah. Beyond pretty much anyone's.
Not everyone's. Some people can manage that.
I'm not someone.
In fact, Furnace can manage that, since Furnace benefits from powerful build.
And she can make wings for herself. I was gonna say we could fly up to like some nice spot where no one else can see or get to.
She's going to pass on that, but she is going to again offer Tick if he wants a boost up to her shoulder so he can see the fireworks better.
I am curious, Furnace. Are you able to kind of tap into the fact that it appears, like, how socially aware is Furnace?
She has a charisma of 9, so no. The answer is she's not socially aware of anything ever.
Okay, all right. You do have pretty decent insight, though.
Yes.
So low charisma, more or less, that makes it so that you're socially stunted in the ability to properly express yourself in many different ways, or at least in a way that like is endearing to people, generally speaking. But that doesn't mean that you are unaware. High wisdom usually means that you have a decent amount of awareness in terms of just generally speaking. So roll me insight real quick. I just want to check something.
Wait, so you're socially inept, but you know you're socially inept.
Basically, yes.
Cripplingly aware of her own social ineptitude.
Basically, yes.
Oh, that's gonna be a 14.
Okay. So, Furnace, you might be somewhat aware that it appears that this Owlman has quite a bit of a specific interest in you.
I
What?
see.
What does that mean?
In terms of wanting to spend personal time with you, wanting to give you a gift, wanting to do various different things for you, in ways in which he's not doing for necessarily Seek, for instance.
I am not attracted to Furnace whatsoever. I just want to throw that out there.
Okay, all right. I'm just saying
I
that is
think
how it
that's-
is reading to me.
No. That
That's
we
how it's
can't. That's
reading.
not even a thing. I have a cloaca.
Let's
That's not even a thing.
The amount of interspecies breeding that goes on in fantasy worlds is insane. Okay,
I
He's
just
like,
like.
I have a cloaca.
I also don't know how
I
your
really
cloaca
like-
comes into this in any way,
I
shape,
am
or
an
form.
I'm an 8-foot tall owl man. There's not a lot of people I identify with.
and she's an 8-foot tall woman.
I
Stone
know.
woman.
So actually, I have a woman by the name of Melissa.
Okay, okay.
That's
And
like so. That's I'm
I
just throwing
have a
that out
city.
there. She is also an owlet who also
I
has a
am just-
cloaca.
Okay, all right. I am just
Mm-hmm.
saying it is how it has been reading to me, but that is fine.
Yes, and I am
have a
very
woman,
committed
and
to a
I
city.
have a sibling. Sweet.
that is
No,
good.
a
Oh,
city.
A city.
A city.
A city. Okay, because I heard a sibling, and I was like,
Man,
in
that was-
this context,
Like,
that is the wrong thing to
see,
say.
like I mean,
Honestly,
I feel like
saying
it's
I
just-
have a city is also
Yeah, Furnace, I didn't know you were so promiscuous.
you're like
Straight
a
up.
whole city. Goddamn.
No, I mean the foundations of the city. You know, the stone itself. The buildings.
Wait, what?
Oh, can we just watch the fireworks?
If anything, it's a straight up bromance with Jack.
It is. It does seem to be. That is definitely
Like
true.
we bat eyes at each other, dude.
I am definitely
We had
seeing
eyes
that
to
for
bat.
sure. I am
Y'all
definitely
really-
seeing that.
Yes,
really,
I definitely got eyes at him.
y'all
My
really
eyes are
bullying
like
this
that.
holy woman.
My bro figures out a way to bat his eyes at me.
It's a spiritual eye batting, actually.
It would have to be.
Hey, whatever you're into, man. We don't kink shame here.
Like the whole dancing thing, that's why I said the word innocent a lot. Like it's like I'm a noble, so like dancing is a normal thing.
It's all good. Everybody's flustered. Jack's just
trying to
eating
watch
candy and watching the
fireworks.
fireworks.
I'm picking dried mud out of my clothing as I wait for the fireworks to start.
Okay. Well, the fireworks do indeed begin. You note the various different strange colors of all of these sort of explosions as you hear like an initial pop as things start to fly into the air, and then they explode again in a wide array, like large flowers that are kind of sprouting in the air for but a moment, creating these interesting and intricate designs as they do so. You see kind of the designs of them begin to become more and more intricate as the show continues forward, with almost signature buildings from all around Oregon, whether it be the University of Draen being kind of portrayed, or the Emperor Neva, or even Conquer itself, but like in a much more sort of minuscule fashion. There is a lot of just sort of like a celebration of sorts of the various different major accomplishments of the founding of the empire itself that are being portrayed through the fireworks. The gnomes certainly seem to know what it is that they're doing, and a lot of the people here are kind of just sitting, relaxing, and basking in the beauty of the show itself. it's an interesting form of craftsmanship, fireworks, because you make them and then they go off and then they're done and then they're gone forever. You can make another one, but it's not the same one. But it's a craftsmanship nonetheless, one that is well suited to the gnomes.
They are. It is a beautiful display. Furnace is just enjoying every second of it.
Honestly, Tick would have kind of sneaked away from the group before the fireworks would have started to kind of, in the hopes of trying to figure out more about the task that he was given earlier today. Since he got so carried away with his new group of giants within the day's fun.
Indeed. So, you guys are enjoying the show, but Sick is not necessarily with you. Tick, why don't you make me a stealth check real quick versus their passive perceptions to see if they notice you're gone.
23.
Okay, I don't think anybody's got a passive perception above that, so.
No, I got a 13, so.
Okay. There we go.
I intentionally rolled bad to make myself look inept.
A masterful gambit!
Right. Shit, I have a work to do. Time to actually roll good.
So, Tick, you go do a little bit of investigation as far as what you were told to do. You are able to note that there are a large amount of guards out front. Between the Emperor and the King's guards, there seems to be about a dozen of these out there, mixed in between. And you know that there's probably about 6 more of each that are probably resting, and they might go on shifts. You don't necessarily know when they do a shift change, but it seems at the moment that there is one currently on duty, and that perhaps the next would be taking over after them at some particular point. Having seen things like this before, you might be able to notice that there is a good possibility that whoever's out now, given how late it is, either they're about to do a shift change or this is the shift that is going to be taking over for the course of the evening, and then the next one takes over during the day. These are kind of like the only reasonable options if they're going to be splitting them as evenly as they are. In terms of which room the Emperor is staying in, that is going to be a little bit more difficult for you to determine from on either the outside or the inside, it seems. Since there are guards posted inside of the inn itself, and wherever he is, likely there's trying to go in. There's not really a sneaky way to go into a thin hallway and try to check doors, more or less. If anybody is watching, then they would just kind of see you there, regardless of how sneaky you are. So the information that you have been sent to get is somewhat limited.
All right. Well, I do need a place to stay, so I guess Tick would go to the front desk of the inn, ask for a room, see if any are available.
They are indeed, and you are more than able to find yourself paying for, I believe, to stay for the night, 1 gold piece, which will pay for both dinner as well as breakfast in the morning, as well as a room for yourself.
What would be the furthest room within this establishment?
The sort of somewhat bulky bartender looks down at you somewhat curiously. Don't know what you mean there, good sir.
The biggest room number.
You mean the one at the top?
Yes.
I mean, we really only have a couple of floors here, and both of them have lots of rooms on them. Let's see. If you're saying like you want to be on the 3rd floor at the end of the hall, then I suppose I could set that up.
Yeah, sorry about it. Tick likes big numbers, so if room key has big number, it's just something to... just personal thing.
312, then, is what you're looking for.
Yes, I will take that.
And he will give you that key for that particular room.
1 gold, remove.
I would like
Well-
to see if Jack would like to share bunk beds.
Y'all are watching the fireworks while I'm doing this.
Oh, we didn't go down with you?
No,
No,
I
he-
mostly
he
don't.
snuck out. Remember?
I snuck out before they
He snuck
started
away from y'all.
because I have a job to do.
Oh, I thought this was after the fireworks were done.
No, no,
No.
you guys are looking at wonderful big booms of the small people. But yeah, Tick would have the furthest away room number, so he could actually see every single door of this establishment and try to distinguish one that would be highly guarded, or at least the most guarded.
It's not as
Mayhaps.
it's not as if like any of the doors have like 2 guards in front of them or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's more like at the end of each hallway, there's like one guard who is like looking down the hall.
Yeah, I thought so. In that case... Well, Tick would kinda go for maybe at the halfway point of going across the doors, would ask a guard,
Excuse me.
Mm.
Tick is new in town. Why so many guards in this specific place? Never seen this kind of behavior in an inn before. Everything okay?
Nothing to worry yourself about there, boy.
Alright then.
Tick would kind of like mosey on to the next floor and then do the same thing in the hopes of maybe getting any information out of them.
Do you have persuasion?
Will do.
You feel free
Persuasion.
to try and roll that.
Nat 20 into a 22.
Ah, you did the fucking...
What the fuck
hate
is
that.
this?
I hate that.
What was that? That was so cursed. I hate it. What?
Was that Thomas the
What?
Train?
That
Yes.
was Thomas. What was that?
Talk about
did
an
you
immersion
do?
break.
I
Jesus.
rolled a nat 20.
I missed it.
Good.
My screen went
How do I-
black.
How do I get rid of that? That is awful.
Thomas the
Configure
Train?
settings. Configure settings. Dice so nice.
That is so nice.
3D dice settings.
Okay.
Sure.
Probably
somewhere
special effects,
here-
right?
Yeah.
Oh, Thormund TTE? What? No, I'll delete all of the special effects. No, I don't want any of that. What the?
Huh.
Anyway,
Try to make sure
Nat
that's turned
20.
off for everybody else as well, because I have enough of my players who insist on having that active, and I really don't.
No,
Totally
that
adding
is-
Thomas the Train.
Awful. I got rid of all of that. That was disgusting.
What the fuck? It's so random.
It is.
Well, now we know.
Immersion
anyway.
is gone.
A 22 is enough for them to, at the very least, be like, well, there's the Emperor of Orden is here, and as is King Halfhammer of the Dwarves, and we're trying to make sure that they're well protected.
Oh, wow, that is cool.
Yes, it is.
Oh. Well, thank you very much, kind sir.
The rest of you, by the way, would notice now that the fireworks show is kind of coming to a lull, that your rat folk companion has seemed to have disappeared.
Where did he go? Did somebody kidnap him?
I don't know. I thought he was with you. I wasn't watching him. I like the fireworks.
Shit. We gotta look for him. Investigation. Does anybody look suspicious? Does somebody look like they're holding a rat underneath their cloak?
The owl does.
You have a rat underneath your cloak!
What did you do to him?
I didn't do anything. I'm trying to find him. Where did he go?
Wait, you also have a... No, you don't have a rat under your cloak. Never mind.
Investigation. No! She whirls on Coco. You ate him, didn't you?
You rolled a 1.
How could you? I thought we
You
were
do
gonna
not
go
care
on.
about this man. You didn't even try to look for him.
She's making blind accusations. Shut
What do you
up,
mean
don't worry
I
about it.
ate him?
Well, you're an owl,
No.
aren't you?
Hey, that's
I
kinda
was
racist.
with you the whole time. What do you think it takes for me to eat someone? I just swallow them whole. Actually, owls do that.
Yes, then of
Yeah.
course you just swallow them whole.
Not a
3 times
4
as
foot
big as him
tall
and
one.
twice as scary as him.
He's 4 feet tall. That's a big swallow.
And you're 8 feet
Okay,
tall.
and you're
That's a
a
big
very
mouth.
big man.
You would be able to see him in my body. Do I look like I have a 4 foot tall rat in my body right now?
I'm gonna give his stomach a squeeze.
And I'm gonna wink at him.
Does he feel like he's had a meal lately?
Investigation.
I don't know if that's how that would work.
Anyway, as they're having a panic attack, Tick would bring most of his stuff into the inn room, like the big ass clothed weapon and like the backpack and all that, and would come back to them with a little lighter load on him and just not say anything but watch this thing unfold.
Mm. So, we're bickering. How long do you wait until you say something?
I just wait for them to notice.
No. Furnace is fully like, you've already digested him, and I just made friends with him. Did you swallow small? Did you what did we call him? Did you swallow little Tick too? Are you that heartless?
I'm listening to
I
it,
have not
belly.
had any rat today. All I had was beaver.
Insight check.
He's easily mistakable for a beaver.
That has to be racist.
I would not swallow a friend.
Wait. As she goes, no, it's not racist. It's Tick. You escaped. You didn't get eaten.
Wait, you can hear him in there?
As she like reaches down, scoops you up, Tick, and just hug, just big crushing bear hug. She's like, oh, why?
I am giving Tick a very flat look. Can you please not put me in this situation again?
I don't know what you're on about. I got myself an in-room.
She's a lunatic.
Oh wait, no,
I
that's a
don't
good
know how
idea.
it's on me.
Do you believe I would eat you?
Silence from the crowd. I think we have our answer.
It does sound like an answer to me.
Is it actually an answer?
Before we continue there, we are coming at the top of the hour here. I would like to close out by doing something that I do for all of my games, something called affirmations. Now these are meant specifically for you guys to do with each other. It's essentially just kind of compliments on each other. Something from the session that stands out to you from at least one other sort of one of the other players, whether it be role play, creativity, ingenuity, just something that you appreciated about how one of the other players played today. Let's go ahead and go through and do it. Let's go top to bottom in the Foundry order here. Start off with Swag.
Well, everybody I think did a really great job role playing. They all really got into character. You could tell it, like each individual character has their own personality, and it's very present in our interactions with each other. So,
Absolutely. Hippo.
I would like to say Tick and Hugh and Jack all did amazing. Way better than I did.
This is what we refer to as cop-out answers, by the way.
It's not a cop-out. They're all better than I am. It's more, instead of picking one person to say that they did really good, I'm saying that I, specifically in the person I'm picking out, to say I did not as good as everyone else.
And that's not good. That's self-defeating.
Yeah,
No, it's
affirmations
not.
is not.
That's why I like to play with y'all. Y'all are good.
Affirmations are not meant to be self-deprecating. That's not how that works. It kind of defeats the purpose of them. But regardless, I was more You know what? Q, why don't you go?
See, I'm not even good at affirmations.
I
we'll work on it.
I
get
really
better.
liked the voice that I liked Tick's voice. That was especially enjoyable. Made it really fun to talk to him. I like the little shiver you have in your voice. It's really funny. A+ adds a lot to like most of your dialogue. Really like the dynamic that Jack and Coco have going on, especially how it's dragging my character into it. I'm really enjoying their like I'm enjoying the like forced friendship, but also anytime she tries to call them on it, they're like, "Oh no, we're bros." That's all that's going. We're just bros. You know, it's real tight bromance here. We're not involving you. It's really great. Great bit. I enjoy it. Hope it continues.
All right.
And to our wonderful DM, I would like to say you have excellent like descriptors for everything. I mean, your voices are great, but like when you're setting up a scene and describing things, that really helps me get into character and like understand what I'm looking at. I especially loved your description of the fireworks and the description of the gnomes. Both of those were excellent. They really stood out to me.
I am cringing right now. These are not meant for me.
Yeah, Q, you did it
I appreciate
wrong.
it regardless, but one of the reasons I don't particularly want them aimed at me is because I'm the one who calls for them. So if I call for them and then somebody does one for me, it's kind of like me asking for a compliment, which is cringe.
Yeah,
So-
totally.
I am
I mean,
not-
I get that.
I know you didn't ask for a compliment. But it is my
Man,
first time
the
playing
cringe.
with you at the as with you as the DM and me at your table, and I just wanted to let you know that I enjoyed myself.
Very good. I do like knowing that people had fun. That's important. Because otherwise, you know, why do this? Toppy.
Topi.
Uh,
Well, Q pretty much summarized it pretty well, honestly. The forced
out.
friendship type of thing was really funny. I really like the whole dynamic of one small person and three ginormous motherfuckers. I'm glad to play in a group of giants for sure. And yeah, no, honestly, the whole setup of the game and the world building that you're doing constantly with the game going on is, well, I don't have much D&D experience, but it's been really, really good. And I have a little bit of ADHD brain type of thing, but I've had no problems whatsoever
You
to...
might even say you have TikTok brain.
No, I don't use TikTok or anything.
Bro,
It was
do you
a
not
joke
get
on your name.
it? Are you serious?
Oh, I get it. Okay, never mind. This is what I mean. I have sometimes trouble keeping up with shit, but it's been like really easy to keep my attention with the game for sure.
Well, that's good. All right.
Oh,
I think that is a good time for us to go ahead and call it then. And you know, I don't know exactly how you want to sign off on these. Up to you, I suppose.
Good job, team. Break.
Hell yeah, meet back in 2 weeks. That was a lot of fun.
See you guys in the showers.
Tip leaves. He's like, and I'm gone.
nope.
All right. I'm gonna get out of here though. It was fun, guys. Awesome
Yes,
session.
sir.
Thanks, everybody.
Well,
But
I'm
yeah,
glad that
I,
everybody had fun.
Oh,
that
yeah.
is the important bit. I would not like doing this if people weren't. So
True. Yeah, this Foundry stuff is just fucking 3 steps forward for D&D games. The background music, all the different voices, and it's just like it's a whole different thing.
yeah, being able to upload my own personal playlists is like really good. I enjoy being able to do that. That's very
Yeah.
important to me.
The
Music
constant
sets the tone.
Yeah, the constant visual aids as well of like whenever you bring something new, you immediately have a picture on screen for everyone to see what you're talking about. Is just very nice.
Mm-hmm. Also, I can help a little bit in terms of some important, like heavily important notes. For instance, configure ownership. All players should have the ability to observe the quote-unquote symbol of Adon in the journal tab.
Ooh, symbol of Adon,
Mm-hmm.
evolving draconic mask.
Oh, that's for another thing.
Yeah, I was about to say like,
No, no worries about that. That's for some other thing at some other time.
Yeah, no, I gotcha. I will wipe it from my memory. Oh, here's the carnival game ticket. Probably not something we need to see either.
It is
All right.
not.
Turn the
Yeah, I
ship
thought
off.
so.